watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and we are jumping right into a very busy Friday here on Fox 35 News Plus. I want to let you know around any minute now, we're expecting to hear from officials with NASA and SpaceX talking about the upcoming Crew 12 launch. We are also expecting the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, to make some remarks at the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. We're going to hear from Governor DeSantis speaking around 11:30, and that's just this hour. We've got a lot to come over the next 4.5 hours of live streaming here on Fox Local and on YouTube. But as we head into this weekend, we're bracing for the Florida freeze, and so we're going to bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, who joins me now. Just went blank for a second.
Oh no, it's
the cold weather, I think.
It's the anticipation. It's the brain freeze. It's like an ice cream headache. Yeah,
exactly. But we are bracing for historic cold this weekend.
We are. This is going to be the coldest air mass in 16 years. The first time since 2010 that we've had back-to-back hard freezes, where it's at least 28 degrees, or I should say colder than 28 degrees for greater than 3 hours. And it's also going to represent one of just 29 times in Orlando's history that temperatures have dipped to below 25 degrees. It's also going to be really, really windy on Sunday. The wind chill, the feels like temperature, is going to range from 7 degrees to 13 degrees. It is going to be unbelievably cold. Now, the other thing you have to consider is that since 2010, Florida's population has grown by roughly 5 million people. That means 1 in 4 people living in Florida now did not experience that freeze in 2010. And while they may have experienced a freeze where they're from, if they're from up north, a Florida freeze hits different because our area really isn't built for it. Our landscape isn't built for it. There's a lot more impacts when it gets cold like this in Florida than when it gets cold like this in a place like Wisconsin.
Right, that's a good point. Now today out there, a little bit milder.
It is a little bit more mild. This will be the warm before the Arctic storm, if you will. We're looking at 70 the high today, which will be a good opportunity to get out there, cover up plants if you need to do that. Check out your property, make sure you don't have any exposed water pipes or anything like that that could freeze. And if you do, it's good to wrap them in that foam material you can get at your local hardware store. About 72 degrees in Winter Haven. If you don't want to do that, if you got spigots outside, you just wrap them up in towels, but maybe a little duct tape to hold them in place, just to have some insulation there. Low pressure is going to be moving through the south, right on down I-10, and as it approaches Georgia and works northward toward the Carolinas, it's going to become a very large nor'easter, a very deep area of low pressure with a minimum central pressure consistent of a minimal hurricane. And so this thing has a lot to it, a lot of depth to it, which means a lot of wind. We're going to see winds gusting on Saturday to at least 40 miles an hour. Now tomorrow, it's going to be in the 50s, but temperatures will drop during the afternoon. But the wind is going to be the force tomorrow that we notice. And tomorrow night's when the really cold air surges in, because that wind is going to forcibly relocate polar air, which is currently sitting over the northeast, right into Florida, like the Polar Express, quite literally. And meanwhile, the Carolinas could get anywhere from 5 to 8 inches or more of snow before the system finally moves out. But in its wake, the coldest weather in over 15 years. Now, this is the current snow cover up north. All that white is snow in various depths. But the air on top of it is refrigerated, where you have really cold nights and cooler days because of the snow's presence. And so that's being forced right into our region. That's why the National Weather Service has issued an extreme cold watch. This is in anticipation of wind chills that'll be colder than 20 degrees. And winds could gust over 25 miles per hour on Sunday, and that is going to lead to some very chilly weather. Now, there is a snow, I wouldn't say potential, I'd say guarantee on this one. In the southeast, we're looking at the Carolinas picking up a good 5 to 8 inches. So travel up I-95 north of Savannah could get a little dicey, especially once you get into the low country, South Carolina. Moving up I-26 toward Columbia, or I-77 up toward Charlotte, and all the interstates in between. Watch out for some slippery travel, especially once you hit the Midlands of South Carolina and the Piedmont of North Carolina, and also the PD region of South Carolina. Okay, locally to Florida from where we broadcast, there could be a few showers with a cold front late tonight. Tomorrow's going to be a kind of a cloudy start to the day and becoming windy. Breaks of sun once we head toward the afternoon, and a couple of sprinkles. Now, Saturday night, there's going to be a window for some drizzle to set up along the Gulf Coast. And as that drizzle falls into air that may reach sub-freezing levels, at least just above the ground, it may freeze into little ice pellets. So there's a potential for some ice pellets, or what are called grapple, like little white snow pellets falling in the Tampa Bay region. That's not officially snow. That's water that freezes as it comes down. We're also going to possibly see some drizzle. The models have been consistently showing flurries. It's illustrating that potential, but if you look at the atmospheric profile, the saturation point where you get precipitation forming is happening far below the snow growth region, which is really high in the sky. So physically, it's not possible to grow those beautiful snowflakes you'd associate with flurries. Instead, it'll likely be snow pellets if it falls, but that may be construed or confused as flurry activity. Also, drizzle at night in Tampa Bay and in headlights and under floodlights may appear like it's snowflakes, but it's actually just drizzle. But we'll have to watch out for that. That's a possibility, but we don't, I love snow as well, but we just don't have the physics in the atmosphere for what would be like a real snow event in Tampa Bay. But Saturday night, there could be a little bit of precipitation along the Gulf Coast, and with temperatures near freezing, we may see a few snow pellets or ice pellets, also known as sleet. All right, 24 degrees will be the low Sunday morning in Orlando. That's cold, 20 in Ocala. Factor in the wind, it's going to feel like about 10 degrees Sunday morning in Orlando and about 9 or 10 in Ocala. High temperatures on Sunday reaching the mid 40s with low 40s in Tallahassee. And looking ahead to Monday morning's lows, we will not have the wind component, so it's going to be a quiet Monday morning, but it's going to be quite cold with 25 representing another hard freeze across the Orlando region in Central Florida. Now, Groundhog Day is on Monday, and with the groundhog, well, we're going to have a little bit of a pattern change. So maybe Puxatawny Phil doesn't see a shadow after all, and he stays outside shadow-free and spring comes. But in the meantime, we have a real blast of winter coming our way for Sunday and Monday. It'll represent record lows at night and record cool high temperatures during the day on at least Sunday. So, Garrett, a lot of folks have been asking, and this is a common question, how do I keep my heat pump from freezing? Mm-hmm. That's the when you have like an outside air conditioning system, it flips over and becomes a heat pump to heat your home. And if that's on for a while, it can cause frost on the lines outside. And the answer is leave it on. Don't turn it off. A lot of people will see the frost forming on that line and think, oh boy, I better turn this off. This thing's going to freeze up and then I'll lose my heat. But it has a little sensor on there that will kick on a defroster, and it'll run through defrost cycles. And so you'll sometimes see steam coming off of the line, and it may look a little bit like, creepy because there's like vapor, right? Where it maybe it might have you turn it off, right? You think, oh gosh, I need to turn this thing off. Bottom line is that don't let it run. Let it do its thing. If you turn off the heat compressor, if you turn off your system seeing that, it could ice up even more, and then you'd have to have an actual tech come out to fix it, and you wouldn't have heat for several hours or longer. So key is just let it do its thing. Older systems are more prone to freeze up. As long as it's not malfunctioning as far as that defrost coil, you should be fine. But it's a really good question, because obviously this kind of cold weather, you don't want to lose your heat.
Yeah, we have been getting a lot of questions, and I do want to go ahead and put this up while we're talking about it. What questions do you have about the cold? You can submit those to us. You can pull out your phone right now. I'll give you folks a minute to do that. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen. You can also go to our website, fox35orlando.com, submit your questions. We are going to have a segment later in our 2 o'clock hour where we will go through your questions about the cold and the impact of it, the forecast, all those things coming up in our 2 o'clock hour right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. So we'll have much more coverage of that as we continue to track this Florida freeze. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us here today to break all that down for us. I know it's getting a lot of attention. It is certainly the talk of the region, I think.
Well, and everybody's getting excited at the possibility of flurries, so I just want to measure expectations in case you go out there. I think that here in Orlando, Sunday morning is going to be a bluebird, blue sky day. It's just going to be windy and cold. There's just going to be that chance Saturday night in the middle of the night in Tampa Bay of some precipitation coming off the Gulf. It's being popularly called Gulf effect snow. It functions a little bit differently than lake effect snow. Lake effect snow, you have that snow growth region. It's called the dendrite growth region, where dendrite crystals become snowflakes from roughly the surface all the way up to about 12,000 feet. So as air rises, you get big, thick clouds. With this situation, we're going to see our low-level saturation at about 1,500 to 3,000 feet. So you'll have a pretty low cloud deck. It will be a cloud deck, but above that, very dry air. And that saturation where water molecules will occur, super-cooled water molecules, will happen far below that snow growth region. And so instead of having lift going through that snow growth region at about 8,000 to 10,000 feet in the sky, we're actually going to have a sinking motion. So the physics aren't there for true snowflakes. If it happens, it's going to be kind of a freak thing. Weather does its thing. Sometimes when you have Arctic air masses come in, you can get flurry-like particles in the air that aren't true snowflakes. But regardless, if you see a sleet pellet in Tampa, it's not a surprise. It's not going to have any impact either. We're not worrying about roads or any accumulation or anything like that. But
certainly.
it was 1977. That was the last time we had any kind of like actual snow. It was a totally different weather setup.
Even wild just to be talking about it.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
There were snow flurries and sleet pellets in 2009, 2010, but it didn't really count. So it's very minor.
All right. Well, we'll see what happens this weekend. Brooks, we appreciate it.
You bet.
We're going to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. As we do so, again, send in your questions about the cold, and we'll get those answered a little bit later today. Keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche with the U.S. Department of Justice, who is speaking right now, announcing the release of more than 3 million more pages of documents from the Epstein files, also saying the Department of Justice not planning to redact images from those files. Let's go ahead and listen in live right now as he's talking about this latest release.
In 2019, pursuant to a grand jury subpoena. This was during the criminal investigation of Ms. Maxwell. We determined it would be prudent to seek an order from the court in the Southern District of New York seeking production of these materials subject to the protective order in that civil lawsuit. To that end, the department has filed that motion with the appropriate judge in the SDNY, and if that motion is granted, we'll release those materials with appropriate redactions immediately. Today's release marks the end of a very comprehensive document identification and review process to ensure transparency to the American people and compliance with the Act. The department has engaged in an unprecedented and extensive effort to do so. After submitting the final report to Congress as required under the Act and publishing the written justifications for redactions in the Federal Register, the department's obligations under the Act will be completed. I'm happy to take any questions anybody has about that.
Todd, I'd like to ask you about this, and I have a Minnesota question for you. On the Epstein release today, it was recently made public that Ghislaine Maxwell claims more than 24 men signed secret agreements with the federal government not to be prosecuted. What is your reaction to that, and what does that mean for her case?
I read an article that described, I wasn't aware that it was actual men that she's claiming. I thought it was accomplices, which I'm not sure if that's a reference to some of the financial institutions or other individuals that.
25.
So yes, I don't have a reaction to her filing. I can tell you that we reviewed, as I just described, every single piece of paper that we have associated with these investigations, Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell, and to the extent that such arrangements exist, I'm not aware of them.
And on to Minnesota, if I may ask you real quick. That's in the topic in the headlines right now. There's new video of a man believed to be Alex Preddy, who's spitting, who's kicking out a taillight of a law enforcement vehicle. Does that change the perception of a potential DOJ investigation? Is there going to be a civil rights investigation into his death? Where does that land now that that video's out? Then I have a quick follow-up on that.
So look, I don't think a single video should change any perception the Department of Justice may or may not have about that tragic occurrence last Saturday. We've said repeatedly over the past week that, of course, this is something that we're investigating, and we are. That's what we would always do in circumstances like this. And so there's an investigation that's ongoing, which I'm not going to talk about. But just look, the problem is an initial reaction to a particular video, one or another. You're talking about one that happened apparently some days ahead of last Saturday. It's an investigation. So an investigation necessarily means just that. It means talking to witnesses. It means looking at documentary evidence, sending subpoenas if you have to. And the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division has the best experts in the world at this. They've been doing it for decades. And so I expect that investigation will proceed with those parameters in mind.
Are you looking at a nexus of left-wing groups? This DOJ said that that's something that you guys were concerned about. Are you following money? Are you looking at a potential that all of this may be related somewhere?
I mean, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Attorney General. You said in your remarks that you've withheld some documents because of ongoing investigations. I've done this long enough to know you can't comment on ongoing investigations, but can you say a little bit more? Because as you know, the department has been criticized for not bringing charges against more people. Are there still open investigations related to Jeffrey Epstein?
So what I was laying out in my comments is the statutory, what the statute talks about what we can withhold and the reasons we can withhold it. I wasn't pointing to any particular, I wasn't trying to be coy or otherwise suggest there's some investigation. As you all know, Jay Clayton in New York is in charge of any potential investigations, and I'm not going to comment beyond that on that.
You were referring to Clayton.
Excuse me?
You were referring to Clayton's investigation.
I wasn't referring to anything. I was just saying that Congress, in their wisdom, allowed us to withhold documents if there were ongoing criminal investigations. That's one of the 4 reasons. I wanted to make clear with respect to any national security information that we were not withholding. There's not some tranche of super secret documents about Jeffrey Epstein that we're withholding. We're actually not withholding anything based upon NDI.
Deputy Attorney General Branch, thank you for your time. 2 questions for you. Number 1, pushing politics aside and everyone else aside, some of the victims of Epstein have expressed frustration with the entire process. I want to give you the opportunity to speak directly to them.
Well, I don't know what you're speaking to. I mean, if there's frustration with, quote, the entire process, same here. I mean, you have a situation where for many, many years, nobody even breathed a word about Jeffrey Epstein. And then all of a sudden, it was all anybody would talk about going into the last spring and summer, culminating in the passage of the Transparency Act. And President Trump has said for years what I think everybody will find to be exactly true, which is detailing his relationship and lack thereof with Mr. Epstein and what he thought about Mr. Epstein. And notwithstanding what the department has been saying for a very long time, we're still where we are today. Listen, victims of Mr. Epstein have gone through unspeakable pain, and there's nobody that should say anything differently. And I to the extent that there's frustration, I understand where that comes from, just from what we know about Mr. Epstein. I hope that the work that the men and women within this department have done over the past 2 months hopefully is able to bring closure. I think that what we told our reviewers is that that was the goal. You know, there's this mantra out there that, oh, you know, the Department of Justice is supposed to protect Donald J. Trump, and that's what we were telling. That's not true. That was never the case. We are always concerned about the victims. When we said that we were not legally allowed to release documents, that's a fact. That was true. It remains true today. And then with the Act's passage, we are able now and directed to release documents, which is what we are doing. But so hopefully some of those frustrations are now eased. Listen, any victim that wants to speak with the department has done so. Hopefully, if not, they should. The prosecutors from this case in New York have given hundreds, if not thousands, of hours to working with victims, and that's what we do every day, and that's what we did in this case as well. So,
very quickly, can you assure the American public that President Trump, like every other prominent person whose name came up in relation to the Epstein files, that all documents, photos, and anything relevant to him connected to the case are being released?
I mean, yes, I can assure that we complied with the statute, we complied with the Act, and there is no, we did not protect President Trump, we didn't protect or not protect anybody. I mean, I think that there's a hunger or a thirst for information that I do not think will be satisfied by the review of these documents. And there's nothing I can do about that. But President Trump, of all the people in Washington, D.C. and around this country that have said for years the same consistent message about Jeffrey Epstein is President Trump. And so there's not been a change of course or anything, and certainly his direction to the American people and the Department of his direction to the Department of Justice was to be as transparent, release the files, be as transparent as we can, and that's exactly what we did.
I want to clarify your remarks on the Alex Preddy killing. Are you saying that the Justice Department has opened a civil rights investigation into his death?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, look, and I know there's been a lot of discussion among the media around that, but just think about what that means. All that means is that DHS, as the Secretary has said, is conducting an investigation, as they should and as they do every time there's a tragic event like this. And the FBI, in their role, which is a separate role from DHS, is also looking into it and conducting an investigation. And that's not. That shouldn't be treated as making news. It's just we've said that for a week, and it remains as true today as it was last Sunday when I said it.
Two questions for you, one on topic and one separate.
Speak up a little bit.
Yeah, two questions for you, one on topic and one separate. On topic, do you have any information that you could just share? Because 3 million documents is a lot for people who are watching this at home. Are there any new names or new people, public people in positions of power who your department found in these filings?
I don't have anything to share about what's new or not new, and no, I don't have anything to share about that.
And to follow up on that, do you have a reaction to the arrest of Don Lemon overnight?
Do I have a reaction to what?
To Don Lemon's arrest overnight?
Do I have a reaction to it? I don't know what that means. What are you looking for me to do? Jump up and down? No, I don't have a reaction to it. I don't know that the charges are unsealed yet. So no, I can't. I'm not going to comment on that.
Thank you. You said this is the end of the Epstein, of your review of the Epstein files. So just to clarify, is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls with the information that you're releasing? And if not, why not? And then I have a quick follow-up.
I mean, you just baked in an assumption into your question that I have never said and I don't know to be true. Is the public going to learn about men that abuse these girls? Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Well, I mean, they're the men who abused the young women through Epstein's.
Look, we said in July, and it remains as true today as it was in July. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them. Right? We talked about the work that we're doing. That's why I said that. I said this earlier. There's this built-in assumption that somehow there's this hidden tranche of information of men that we know about that we're covering up or that we're choosing not to prosecute. That is not the case. I don't know whether there are men out there that abuse these women. If we learn about information and evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But I don't think that the public or you all are going to uncover men within the Epstein files that abuse women, unfortunately.
Okay, then just to follow up, on the investigation into Federal Chairman Jerome Powell, is the Justice Department, what's the status of that investigation? Now that President Trump has nominated a new Fed chair, is the Justice Department looking to bring a close to the investigation into Chairman Powell as soon as possible?
I don't have a comment on that, on the subpoenas that were issued. I don't think the timing of President Trump's decision to nominate somebody is a controlling factor in any investigation.
Hi, I just wanted to follow up on Alana's question. So you're saying that the shooting investigation of Alex Preddy is now a civil rights investigation. You're implying that that's always been the case. Can you also say what about the shooting of Renee Good? I mean, why or why not is that a civil rights investigation?
I didn't say it was always the case. I said it's the same thing that we said as of last Sunday, with respect to last weekend. There are thousands, unfortunately, of law enforcement events every year where somebody is shot. The Civil Rights Division of the Department of Justice does not investigate every one of those shootings. There has to be circumstances or facts, or maybe unknown facts, but certainly circumstances that warrant an investigation. So when I talked about last weekend, and when others have talked about this week, the fact that President Trump has said repeatedly, of course, this is something we're going to investigate. That's what I meant about what we're doing. It doesn't mean that every time that there's a federal officer-related shooting, that's something civil rights takes up. It depends on the circumstances.
Follow up on that. Can you
Go ahead.
I know you can't be specific about details of the investigation, but can you kind of just characterize the scope of the Preddy investigation, what kinds of things that they'll be looking for, and who will be involved?
Well, I mean, it's an investigation, so what do we think we're looking at? We're looking at everything that would shed light on what happened that day and in the days and weeks leading up to what happened. And that's like any investigation that the Department of Justice and the FBI does every day. It means we're looking at videos, talking to witnesses, trying to understand what happened. I mean, you're talking about an incredibly tragic morning. And then trying to unwind and investigate that it takes a lot of time. I'm not going to prejudice what they're doing or not doing by laying any markers, but I expect that the folks that are doing this are the most experienced in this space and are doing that.
Yeah, so to follow up on that, how would a civil rights investigation work with DHS taking the lead, which is what was said over the weekend? And are prosecutors in Minnesota, I mean, who is involved in this? We know that there's a lot of frustration within the department, both in Minnesota and the Civil Rights Division, that they feel they are not being brought in and they are the experts here. So just to follow up, how would this work with DHS taking the lead, and who is from DOJ involved in this investigation?
I don't think that, look, I think anytime every single federal agency, including DHS, has a process that they use when there's something like this that happens, an internal review, investigation, however you want to call it. That's what DHS was doing, as they do every single time something like this happened. There was nothing unique to these facts. There might have been outsized focus on it because of what happened, but DHS was doing an investigation. I don't know that will stop. I don't expect that investigation to stop because we're investigating, and of course we're coordinating with them. We're not working against them, but there's I suppose potentially separate goals or potential goals in the two investigations. I mean, DHS is conducting an investigation, and then the FBI conducts an investigation. It's not as if one goes one way and one goes the other, but they are their own investigations.
Very clearly said on Sunday that HSI is leading the investigation, and he did not want to overstep and say anything. Was that not true anymore, or was that true at the time?
I don't think it's fair to say whether it's true anymore, okay? And I don't think it's also, I don't want to say who's lead or not lead. I don't even really know what that means in the course of an investigation. The FBI is investigating. They are for sure coordinating with Secretary Noem and her folks as well. And I expect DHS is also continuing their investigation to some extent. And there's outside folks on this. This happens, like I said, thousands of times a year. And it is tragic every single time it happens. And it's tragic this time like it's tragic every other time. And so there's a process that has to be allowed to play out internally with these law enforcement organizations and certainly with the FBI as well to allow this investigation to go on.
You've talked about the expectations surrounding the Epstein files. Do you agree that the DOJ itself, senior officials at the DOJ, played up those expectations for the first half of this year? I'm just sort of trying to understand what responsibility does the Justice Department have for the criticism that has come over the handling of the Epstein files?
I'm not commenting on criticism. People can criticize all they want. My point was just to make plain that when it comes to what we've been doing the past 2 months and why we weren't able to complete the review of over 6 million pages. Okay, so you're talking about 2 Eiffel Towers, okay, of pages in 30 days in a way that made sure we complied with the act, right? So the act had multiple requirements. Get it done in 30 days, and you better not release any victim information. All right, so there's a lot of statutory construction, there's a lot of case law that exists that says that if those two are in conflict, we obviously are not violating the 30-day requirement by taking our time to comply with the act. And so my comments were directed at this idea that because we didn't review the 6+ million pages within 30 days, somehow the Attorney General doesn't care about victims or is further doing damage to victims because of that, because exactly the opposite is true when it comes to the Attorney General.
Sir, I have questions on Epstein.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche continuing to take questions, speaking about 3 million more pages of the Epstein files being released today. Also talked about the Department of Justice opening a civil rights probe into the killing of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back here on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in Vero Beach, where we're waiting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis and Secretary of State Cord Byrd, who are going to be holding a news conference there coming up in just a little bit. I want to let you know, though, and get you back here to the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C., where we're hearing from Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, who is speaking to reporters right now. Let's go ahead and listen back in after he announced this news conference for announcing the release of more than 3 million more pages of the Epstein files being released today.
Charged.
Something the FBI would need in order to conduct a thorough investigation into a color of, this is obviously a color of law case.
When I said I didn't know, I wasn't being critical of the question. I was just simply saying I don't know.
On the Fulton County seizure of ballots, local officials there, election officials say those materials were set to become public by February 9th and that the Justice Department could have simply asked for them. Why was it necessary to conduct a search warrant? And do you expect the affidavit in that search warrant matter to become public anytime soon? Or do you have any comment or explanation as to why that was necessary?
Listen, I'm not going to comment on, it's a criminal investigation. I will not comment on it. I will say that it should be no surprise to anybody in this room that, or anybody watching, that election integrity is extraordinarily important to this administration, always has been and always will be. And so the fact that President Trump and this administration are investigating to make sure that, are investigating issues around elections to make sure that we do have completely fair and appropriate elections should not be surprising, but I can't comment on any criminal investigations. Yeah.
To follow up on that, regarding Fulton County, can you explain Tulsi Gabbard's role in
Can you just speak
DOJ
up a little bit,
activity?
please?
Could you please explain Tulsi Gabbard's role in DOJ activity regarding the Fulton County search?
What do you mean her role?
It was reported that
She happened to be present in Atlanta. I mean, yes, I saw the same photos you did. I mean, she doesn't work for the Department of Justice or the FBI. She's an extraordinarily important part of this administration. This administration coordinates everything we do as a group. And so I think her presence shouldn't be, there shouldn't be questioned. Of course, I mean, that's a big part of her job. And so the fact that she was present in Atlanta that day, is something that shouldn't surprise anybody.
Sean Maxwell.
All right, just two more. Go ahead.
Just following up on that, so are you saying that Gabbard's appearance in that area had nothing to do with the Justice Department action, the FBI
I most certainly did not say that. No, I did not say that. I said that exactly the opposite. I said this administration works closely together in all kinds of different areas, and so I'm not sure if they're surprised at that the administration is working together on things like election integrity. But if there is surprise, let me unequivocally state, we are working together as an administration on election integrity type issues. And so that's all I can say about that. All right, one more.
Can you clarify who at the Justice Department is involved in the Preddy investigation? Is it the Civil Rights Division? Is it the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota?
So I want to be careful about, I want to choose words carefully about involved. Investigations like this are led by law enforcement, so that's the FBI. There's coordination with the civil rights, with Harmeet Dillon's group, and there's trial attorneys there that this is their lives. They've done this for decades, and so to the extent there's questions during an investigation that require a trial attorney to weigh in, or if you need a civil rights attorney to draft a search warrant or help with an investigative process, I expect the Civil Rights Division here at Maine Justice will be part of that effort. But I don't want to overstate what's happening. I don't want the takeaway to be that there's some massive civil rights investigation that's happening. This is what I would describe as a standard investigation by the FBI when there's circumstances like what we saw last Saturday. And that investigation, to the extent it needs to involve lawyers at the Civil Rights Division, it will involve those. All right, thanks a lot, everybody. I appreciate it.
Merit the same kind of investigation.
Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche taking questions there on a number of topics, including the DOJ investigation into the killing of Alex Preddy in Minneapolis. Talking about the investigation at the elections office in Fulton County, Georgia. Also answering questions about the release of the Epstein files and more than 3 million more pages being released today. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We still have a lot to get to, including the Governor Ron DeSantis news conference coming up in Vero Beach. NASA holding a news conference today talking about the Crew 12. So still a lot to come. And we hope you keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look in Vero Beach, where you can see staffers of the governor walking in with a placard right now to affix on the podium. They are at the, as you see, Indian River Citrus Museum in Vero Beach, getting ready to hold a news conference with Governor Ron DeSantis and also the Secretary of State, that is Cord Bird. When the camera pans to the right and you see the stage, you also see a lot that says America 250 So this appears to be some sort of planning for America's 250th birthday, maybe some events or ways that Florida is continuing to participate in that. So again, this is coming up at the Heritage Center in Vero Beach, and we're expecting this news conference to begin any minute now. I do want to let you know that we are also tracking at the White House. President Trump expected to be signing some executive orders soon, so we will keep an eye on that. And while we are waiting on Governor DeSantis, let me go ahead and take you to Johnson Space Center in Houston, where officials with NASA and SpaceX are answering questions now about the upcoming launch of Crew 12. This is a mission that will take a couple of NASA astronauts and a Russian cosmonaut and a European astronaut as well to the International Space Station. Now, we know Crew 11 came home early, so there won't be a typical handoff like there normally is in the ISS. But Crew 12 getting ready for a launch, I believe, around February 15th is the goal. So let's go ahead and listen in live at this news conference coming in from Houston.
As well, and a camera, some sort of a reflector in that particular one. So those two EVAs would still continue probably intact, although of course we can look at modifications now that we have time. But we also want to do another EVA as well that installs another modification kit, which would be used for a second rollout solar array. And we're looking to fly those solar arrays in August. And so ideally we'll complete all three of those EVAs before then. But, of course, we'll look at what the priorities are. And like you said, if there's a modification, it's more of a shuffling of tasks. We don't really have a lot of new tasks coming up other than the one I just mentioned with the modification kit.
Thank you. We'll go to another question here in the room. Eric Berger.
Yeah, hi, Eric Berger with Ars Technica. Just a question on cargo delivery to ISS, specifically regarding Cygnus. Can you maybe update sort of the status of NG-24 after there was the engine issue, minor engine issue on the previous Cygnus flight, and then NG-22 was damaged in transit. I'm just curious kind of what the cadence of those missions, which I think one's on a Falcon 9, one's on the new Antares rocket, just kind of how that slots in with your manifest. Thank you.
Okay, let me first address the engine problem. So we are continuing to look at basically follow that technical investigation and make sure we flush out everything. We are looking pretty good on that investigation, but are still working with Northrop Grumman on that. The next flight that we have is NG-24. And that's currently on schedule. They've been through thermal vac as well. And that particular mission's launch date is, it looks like, I think it's it's April 3rd. And so we are working through, of course, as we always are, pre-flight items with Northrop Grumman on that one. So again, we're clearing up some of the final discussions on those, but right now all the hardware is progressing well. In terms of the cadence, we'll then have another mission after that towards the end of this year. For the NG-22 particular vehicle, we're still working with Northrop on where we're going to slot that particular vehicle in, and as well as the maiden Firefly voyage. So, we don't have as many cargo flights as we used to have, and a lot of that is driven by budget. So we want to very carefully figure out where we would put the maiden voyage of a new rocket and where we want to put that particular, essentially it's a different sized type vehicle for the container and where we want to put that in the manifest. And so we're still discussing all of that with Northrop, but we are intending to slot that in, and we're just trying to find the right time for that.
Thank you.
This news conference continuing in Houston at Johnson Space Center. Meanwhile, in Vero Beach at the Heritage Center, Governor Ron DeSantis just walked in. You can see rounds of applause, a standing ovation for him. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks.
I tell you what, they had some of the fresh squeezed orange juice there, and that is not what you get in the supermarket from concentrate. That is the real McCoy, and so that was really, really good. I know we're going to end up having a an unusually brisk weekend in terms of the weather. You are going to see some freezing. I know that's caused some challenges with folks here with the groves and things of that nature, so we wish everybody well with that. I think in southern Florida, you're going to see iguanas falling from the trees. I mean, a lot of them, because they can't handle it. Once it gets even past 40, under 40, some of these places it's going to be, you know, in the 20s and 30s, and so that's going to, and then it will also potentially impact, and this is something we want, it will impact the Burmese pythons in the Florida Everglades. So you may see a python mortality event, which, you know, we're working hard to get them, and we've removed a lot more, you know, over the last year that had been done previously. We've done a lot since I've been governor, but we've stepped it up dramatically because it's really important. But, you know, sometimes it's like, you know, you can do what you want, and then, you know, God will just take care of it for you maybe. So we'll see what happens with that. But we've got a lot of great people here. Florida Secretary of State Cord Byrd is here, and he's got two different roles. One, he's kind of like the head of culture in Florida, interacts with other jurisdictions, but then also oversees elections. And since I've been governor, we did election integrity. We've had more prosecutions for voter fraud than you've ever had in a similar period of time. And it's not just voting for a candidate fraud. You know, we have these constitutional amendments that these special interest groups will get petitions to qualify for ballot. And a lot of these petitions are fraudulent, and we're calling them out. And so we did a big reform that if your name and signature come on a petition, the supervisor has to send you a postcard saying, hey, we have a record you signed this, did you? And you know what? We have thousands of people getting those postcards saying, I never signed that doggone petition. Well, how the hell did that happen then? Fraud is how it happened. And so you've got big-time criminal investigations. You've got people that are going to be held accountable in just this election cycle for having done that. But, you know, in some respects, the petition fraud is even worse than if you have fraud in like a candidate election, because the petition could lead to changing the Constitution. You know, so like that's forever pretty much. And so it's really, really important. And so Cord has led the effort on that, is just done amazing. We have our CEO of Visit Florida, Brian Griffin, with us. And then we have two sheriffs from the Indian River County, Sheriff Flowers, and then Sheriff Del Toro from St. Lucie County. I want to thank them for the hard work they're doing. You know, we're very proud to be a law and order state. I tell people that there was a segment like a year or two ago on CNN, of all places, where they had this gang that was stealing in New York. I think they were illegal aliens too, but they were stealing, and then they would get all this money from the theft. They'd sell however they would do it, and then they'd come and then they would spend it and live large in Florida as tourists. And then they'd go back to New York and they'd steal. And so the CNN person was like, well, why don't you just stay in Florida and steal there? And they say, because they put you in jail there when you steal. So. We also have, I know, Senator Mayfield. I didn't see Senator Garcia here. I didn't see her back there. But Senator Mayfield, we have Representative Miller. Trabolsi is not here. But I want to thank you guys for what you're doing. Then we got a lot of people from the city council here, Vero Beach. And so I want to really thank you for what you're doing on that. So 2026 is America 250. And we... We started last year on this, as this would be something that we were going to lean into as a state. And I was able to last year procure from Mount Vernon this beautiful statue of George Washington that we put in the Florida Capitol. So if you go into the Capitol, you want to go to the governor's office, you look, you got this amazing statue that Mount Vernon has lent us. And we're saying we want to do other things to be able to celebrate, partially because it's the right thing to do, but partially, you know, we need more education in the public about the founding principles of this country. We need more education for young people, even though we've done a lot on civics and all those other things. So we're doing a variety of different things. One of the things, we have counties in Florida that are named after various members of the founding generation, and so I'm getting statues to bring to those counties for their namesake. So I have Franklin now in Franklin County. We did a Thomas Jefferson in Jefferson County. I've got Hamilton on the way for Hamilton County, Madison, Monroe. Blue states are taking down these statutes, so I can get them for a discount on the market. I'll bring them in Florida, no problem. I will do that. And so we're going to be putting those up, which is going to be really, really good. And I did say when this guy was running for mayor of New York, he was very much opposed to the statue of Columbus that they have in Manhattan in Columbus Circle. And so I told all those retired NYPD, if he takes that down, bring it to Florida. I'll put it up in Florida. So we'll see. We could put it in St. Augustine. He didn't actually reach St. Augustine, but he led to be able to reach St. Augustine. So we may be able to do that as well. So we've done this, but we're also going to be doing things for people that have exemplified the kind of the spirit of 1776. So not just the founding generation, but others. So on, I think a week from today, we're going to be doing, we have a Ronald Reagan that we're bringing. We have others that we're bringing. So, it's good. And so we think it's important. Now, people will say, Florida was not one of the original 13 colonies. Which is true, but we're kind of like dubbing ourselves the 14th colony because we think that there's a lot of interesting history about British and Spanish rule, then eventually United States, and then becoming a state in the 1840s. But we also think that, if you look at the spirit of 1776, if you look at those enduring principles that the founding fathers relied on, that's what's guiding us here in the free state of Florida. That's why we've been successful. That's why people are leaving these other states to come here. And I know, I'm not asking anyone to come because we got a lot of people. The reality is people don't want to stay in areas where they don't have good opportunity or aren't treated well. And people have wanted to come here, and so we have all these different metrics that will be able to show that, but we really believe that we in Florida really live up. Just think about civics education. When I became governor, I was like, we've got to rediscover this. And so we have middle school requirements. We now have beefed up high school requirements. They actually take an exam at the end of the school year. And honestly, they don't perform as badly as I thought they were going to. People said, they should have to do that in order to graduate. And I said, maybe someday. We got to work to get there. But it was, honestly, it's gotten better. And we have speech and debate again, our speech and debate initiative. So I think when I was governor, there was like a half a dozen districts that had robust speech and debate programs. Now, all 67 school districts have robust speech and debate programs, and we do a big championship in the spring. This year is going to be at New College in Sarasota, and the winner of the speech and debate is going to get a $50,000 scholarship. Number two, $25,000, and then the other semifinalists, 15, quarterfinalists, $10,000. And so that shows really that we value this. We've also done a Civic Seal of Excellence program for teachers because, the reality is if you look at academia now, if you really want to study the building blocks of Western civilization, what our founding fathers relied on in creating the Republic, you don't necessarily have, great options. The pickings are slim because they've got all the ideological studies that they're trying to do. Now, we're reforming that in Florida. We had, when New College, when we put in the trustees, they overhauled new president. One of the first things they did, this was before no one would do this, they eliminated DEI first in the country, first college, and then they eliminated gender studies. And they eliminated some of these things, which are not, it's trying to do an agenda. Not trying to focus on, kind of those core timeless subjects that are important. So if you're a teacher and you go, you probably don't get exposure to what you really need to understand the kind of the building blocks, and it's not really your fault. It just, that's the way higher ed has gone. Now, not in Florida. We go to the Hamilton Center, University of Florida. We've got
Governor DeSantis continuing to speak right now. Right now, I want to get you inside the Oval Office, though, because President Donald Trump is about to sign some executive orders. You see he's joined by members of his cabinet and others. Let's go ahead and listen in.
The stadium, we're going to have over 100,000 people. And this is going to have a lot of people. I won't even say how many people because I think it can set a record for racing. It's going to be very, very important. We're celebrating Greatness with American Motor Racing. That's going to be the name of the event. It's going to take place on August 21st to the 23rd. And it's going to be so exciting. And I love the racing. I don't have a lot of time to watch it, but I love the racing. And just before we start, I will say numbers came out this morning. They're phenomenal for the country. So we announced yesterday that for the first time in, I think, 28 years, America made more steel than Japan. Can you believe it? Japan's a big steel country. America made more steel than Japan. The numbers are record-setting numbers. Every one of our numbers are good. We've never had anything like it. We have over $18 trillion coming into our country. We're building thousands of plants and all sorts of businesses all over the United States. It's never been anything like it. $18 trillion investment. So we have over $18 trillion being invested in the United States of America. The record was $3 trillion 10 years ago, not by us, by another country. And we're going to do 18, and I think the 18 is going to go higher. We're just looking at 11 months. The 12th month hasn't come in yet, but it's going to bring us over 18, maybe even hit 20. So you have 18 to $20 trillion coming in, and we've never had anything like it. We have a record we just set, as you know. The S&P 500 just set a new record, 7,000. Nobody thought that was possible in this quick a time. They thought maybe at the end of 4 years or 5 years or 6 years. But we did it in the first year. And we had 48 stock market highs, Roger. So Roger's a big beneficiary because he has a lot of stock. But anybody that has stock, including people with 401ks. So the economy has never been like this. It was just announced that crime is at an all-time low. Best numbers on crime in the recorded history of our country, and the lowest numbers of murders in the history of our country that we have. Recorded history goes back 125 years. That's not bad. And a lot of that is because of the fact that we have a closed border. We've taken out thousands and thousands of criminals and murderers and drug dealers and everything else. And we've either brought them back to their country, or in some cases we have to put them in our jails because we don't want to have them come back. And so we don't want to just bring them back to their country and then they maybe come back. Despite our border, they're pretty sneaky, pretty smart. So we're doing things that nobody's ever seen before. The country is really in great shape. We have a large armada, flotilla, you can call it whatever you want, heading toward Iran right now, even larger than what we had in Venezuela. It's still in front of Venezuela. The Venezuelan situation, the leadership is doing a very good job. We're very happy, and we're getting along very, very well. And we're inviting countries of the world very shortly. They're going to be starting to take the oil. We're going to be heading that with the country, and it's worked out really well. We're now sending actually a larger number of ships to Iran, and hopefully we'll make a deal. If we do make a deal, that's good. If we don't make a deal, we'll see what happens. But this is going to be exciting. So I'm going to ask, and he really is a legend. He's a great man. I've known him for a tremendously long time. I refuse to say we were both young. Now we're both a little older. We refuse to say old, but we're a little older. But Roger Penske is the chairman, as you know, of Penske Corporation. He's got everything you can imagine, mostly, I think, to do with automotive. And I'd like to ask him to say a few words about the event, because this is going to be, they're putting everything behind it, and I think it's going to be really exciting. Roger, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. This is a really amazing time for us as a company to support the 250th anniversary for the country. And there's no better way for us to bring automotive and speed into the DC area and to have the opportunity to be able to compete here with our Indy cars. As you know, we own the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we are taking that history of over 100 years and the speed and what's taken place there with the different manufacturers and bringing it here to this race will be amazing. Certainly the Freedom 250, when you think about it, it's just a byproduct of what the President has done during this year. And this will be an event, obviously, in August, which will make a huge difference. And we're excited, be areas for people to see. Most of the grounds will be free. So it's going to be an economic benefit to the area, to the city, and obviously with our Fox partner, Eric Shanks, will be our media partner. And believe me, what they did for us at Indy this past year, they're going to take that and put it on steroids, really, and take it to the next level. So thank you, Mr. President, for allowing us to come into your city.
That's so great, Roger.
Thank you.
Great man. Eric, I'd like to have you say a few words. He's done a fantastic job at Fox, and he's really excited about this, and I know they're going to lay it on the line. Eric, please.
Sure. Well, thank you, Mr. President, for having us here today. Big shout out to Secretary Duffy. This project was kind of on life support until you stepped in recently and got us here today. Secretary Berger, your team has been absolutely incredible.
Explain how many times you came to Washington trying to do this.
I think Bud came here 81 times.
81 meetings I had in Capitol Hill.
Meeting with senators, meeting with people at the Capitol, and they all wanted it. Everybody wanted it, but they couldn't figure it out. It was crazy. 80 some odd times. That's pretty amazing. So go ahead, please.
Well, it's a real honor to be a partner with Roger and IndyCar. And at Fox Sports, we do the biggest events in sports. This year we have the FIFA World Cup that we'll be celebrating here as well. And then dovetailing right after that, to be able to celebrate America's birthday on Fox is an absolutely incredible honor. And everyone at Fox Sports can't wait to see exactly how this is going to unfold and bring it to life. So, Mr. President, thank you again for signing this today.
And the big thing, it's August 21st through the 23rd, and I believe the race is on the 23rd, right?
Yes.
That's going to be incredible. They're going to have practice sessions. It's going to be just a very exciting period, I think, for Washington. If I could, I'd like to ask Sean Duffy, the Secretary of Transportation, who's terrific and doing a great job. Much more important than Sean is we have Rachel Campos Duffy here, and she's one of the greatest people I know and one of the greatest people on television. So most of you know her, but I don't think we'll have her speak about the race because she knows less about it than anybody up here. But she is fantastic. Sean, please.
So the president gave us all a directive, which I'm grateful for. We're going to celebrate America's 250th birthday, and he asked all of us to think outside the box. How do we make this historic and cool, and let's all do this together? And he loves the country, he loves the birthday, and so we at DOT were working on this concept. We didn't know at the same time Penske was working on the same project too. And so we've come together, and Doug has been a wonderful partner. But to think 190 miles an hour down Pennsylvania Avenue, this is going to be wild. The last time we had a race in the capital city, Bud, was when?
1801, Thomas Jefferson with a horse race.
A horse race in 1801, Mr. President. Now we're going to do a real race.
That's so great. That's such a great.
So listen, this doesn't happen. You know, we just don't come in and ask the president to sign. There's a lot of work that goes into this, as you can tell. Bud and my chief of staff Pete all had a lot of meetings on the Hill. We couldn't be more excited about this. Again, I'm going to repeat: this is free for the American people to come to your nation's capital and see a great road race. Freedom, America, speed, and road racing. It doesn't get more American than that, Mr. President. So thank you for signing this, and thanks for all of your support.
Fantastic, and what a job you've done. They put it together very quickly. They've been coming here for years, and everybody wanted it. You know, every senator wants it, every Congress, everybody wants it, but they don't get things done.
Only Mr. President.
Trump gets things done. We didn't have 89 meetings. We had maybe a half a meeting. I think this is probably about a half a meeting. I'd like to thank Pete Meacham for the great job you've done representing us, and Luke Bunting. These are two young people that work with us, and they've really been fantastic. I'd like to ask Doug Burgum to say a few words. He's very much involved through his position of interior, because a lot of the space is interior. He sort of has, I think he's the largest landlord anywhere in the world by far. So Doug, could you say a few words, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President. This birthday that's coming up, the 250th anniversary of America, Freedom 250, is the most monumental birthday maybe of any country ever in the history of the world. And President Trump, with his directive to celebrate this thing, we've got what's more American than race car driving? What's more monumental than the Indy 500 as an icon of what's going on in our country? And so merging the history and the tradition of our capital, Washington, D.C., with the speed and the innovation that goes on in the IndyCar series is incredible. And it's a great metaphor because the speeds we're talking about is the speed of President Trump. I want to reiterate, there weren't 81 meetings with the Trump administration. I think it was, they called President Trump. He got Sean and I going, and that was like from Saturday till now, we have a race.
1 week.
1 week we have a race as opposed to like 4 months of talking. So I think there's also a metaphor here about President Trump, who's an incredible sportsman. He's an athlete himself, but he loves sports. And so whether it's soccer, UFC, the football draft, NFL football draft coming, IndyCar, and all the teams that he hosts here. I mean, to any American who loves sports, you ought to love this president because he's bringing professional sports to our capital. And again, August 21st to 23rd, you talk about the economic impact. By the time all these reporters get done telling the story, there's not going to be a hotel room available in this city on that weekend because everybody's going to want to be here. Right. People that maybe have wanted to see an IndyCar race their whole life are now going to have an opportunity to come to their capital, celebrate 250, and see an IndyCar race for free. And they're going to be able to see it on the National Mall. And wherever you put down your lawn chair and watch this race for free, you're going to be staring at the Washington Monument, the Lincoln Memorial, the Jefferson Memorial. And I'm sure there's going to be fireworks this weekend, too. I'm sure of that. And if you need a permit, you can get one from Interior. So anyway, it's absolutely incredible. And congratulations to Sean, the Penske organization, Fox Sports, everybody for putting together. This is going to be a great celebration for America.
Thank you very much. And you're doing a fantastic job. Could I just ask Bud Danker, who's the president of Penske Corporation, to say a few words, please?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. You know, Eric Shanks and I from Fox had this dream, and just last July, and could it ever be possible to bring a race to our nation's capital to celebrate our country's history? And everybody said there's no way. It's impossible. How do you put a race on at 190 miles an hour in a city like Washington, D.C.? I came here, I walked this area for a while, I found a racetrack on the Capitol grounds, up against a lot of meetings and couldn't get the kind of support we need. So within a week, Secretary Duffy and we put this together with the president, didn't we? And now we have a race here on our city property, on the national properties that is going to celebrate America. The word free shouldn't be overridden because we are going to have a free event here. People come out and celebrate our country's history. I also want to thank Mayor Bowser. She has been a great partner in this process as well, too. So I know, Mr. President, she's a great supporter of what you've done here in the city as well, too, and we thank her for this. But we're going to have an amazing event. We're going to make everybody in this country proud. We want everybody to come out for free and enjoy this and celebrate our country the way it should be here in the nation's capital. Thank you, Mr. President.
And I said pick the best site. It's very important. Pick the best site. Don't go for second or third because there are a lot of different routes. I said pick, even if it's more difficult to get approved. Pick the absolute best site. And they were actually looking at another site, and when I said that, they said, well, the best site is this site, the site we're doing. I said, let's take a look at it, and we think it's the best site too. It's actually better than the original site they were looking at. But if we're going to do it, we want to do it right. So this is going to be something in terms of the road width, the crowds, and everything else that we can all. The best site, one of the best sites I've ever seen, actually, and it'll be beautiful. So I'm going to sign this, and if you have any questions on this subject, that'd be great. We just named a new Fed chairman today. You know that? He's central casting. He's like Roger Penske, central casting. You know him, Roger? Very good guy. Roger, no auto pen. I didn't use an auto pen. Here, Roger, take that.
I will.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's great.
Here you go, my man. I don't want to sign each letter. You know, they sign each letter. They hand pens. I used to watch these presidents. One letter. You got to see what it looks like at the end. Never looks too good. Here, Rachel, take that. For your team.
Thank you.
congratulations. This is really exciting.
Thank you.
And Chair nominee, since you just brought it up, did Kevin Warsh commit to you that he will push to cut interest rates if he is confirmed?
No, but we talk about it, and I've been following him, and I don't want to ask him that question. I think it's inappropriate, probably. It probably would be allowed, but I want to keep it nice and pure. But he certainly wants to cut rates. I've been watching him for a long time.
Did you have any concerns about his hawkish history of pushing for rate hikes?
He's going to want to do the same thing. I think that, yeah, I've had times when I think you've had to really have rate hikes too. But he's very smart, very good, strong, young, pretty young, and I think he's going to do a good. I mean, he was the central casting guy that people wanted. Kevin was great. I tell you what, I met numerous people. Every one of them were fantastic, really fantastic. I wanted to keep Kevin here, and I thought that I called Kevin 1, Kevin 2. And we have, I said, it's going to be a Kevin, but you know, Kevin really has been fantastic at the White House. You all know him, you know him very well. And so we have Kevin W.
Are you concerned, Mr. President, about the confirmation hearings? We've heard
No.
Senator Tillis.
No.
You think with the DOJ investigation that's going on?
This is, in the whole country, I would say that this was the, you know, perfect candidate. This was not a surprise or anything. This was the man that's most qualified. Top student, best schools, everything was like perfect. Youngest person ever to serve on the Fed. Got the whole package. Looks don't mean anything, but he's got the look, right? Roger, looks don't mean anything, but if they have the look, it's okay. But he's got the whole package, and I think he's going to do a great job, and he loves the country.
Mr. President, why are you
Yeah, wait.
Will you speak to
Please, in the back, yes.
Are you giving Iran any kind of deadline to make a deal before potentially taking
Only
military
they
action?
know for sure.
Have you communicated that to
Yeah,
them directly?
I have.
Mr. President, do you have a timeline for when you're going to pull back potentially the federal presence there?
No, we'll see how it all works out. You know, they have to float someplace. They might as well float near Iran, but it's a rough situation going on. So I stopped 837 people, as you know, last week from being hung. They were going to hang 830. It was all set, and I mean, I'm looking at the people behind me. They say, "What kind of racing's a lot nicer than that?" They were going to hang 837 people, and I told them, if you do it, you're going to pay a price like nobody's ever paid before. They pulled back. I appreciated that. But a lot of people are being killed, so we'll see what happens. I can say this, they do want to make a deal.
Mr. President, Virginia, actually, Virginia flipped the governors here, and now they're looking at 50 proposals to increase taxes. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's terrible. I think a lot of people will leave Virginia. I saw that. Look, Glenn was a friend of mine, Glenn Youngkin, and worked so hard on cutting taxes. This woman came in, and in one swoop, she raised everything up higher than it ever was. I don't understand it. I mean, people voted for Democrat, but she came in and she raised, and I'll work with her like I work with everyone else, but she came into Virginia, raised everything to a point like taxes that nobody ever even heard of before. And I don't understand. How do people get elected with this kind of philosophy? This is only in the very modern age. You know, I grew up and I've always heard politicians will cut taxes, will cut. Everybody screaming, we're going to cut taxes. I cut taxes. I gave you the biggest tax cut in the history of our country, in the great big beautiful bill. No tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. Interest deductions, Roger, when somebody buys a car, they can deduct the interest if they borrow money. That's the biggest thing in terms of the car business, right?
American-made ones.
Correct. So we have, you know, I give tax cuts and they give tax increases. I don't know how they get elected. They get elected because they cheat. You want to know the truth? If they didn't cheat, they'd have no chance. They have horrible policy, transgender for everyone. They have the little thing about open borders so that the world's prison population and mental hospitals can be emptied into our country. It's just a crazy, men playing in women's sports. Roger, are you a fan of men playing in women's sports? Only as a bettor. You'd like to bet. You're not a big fan, I don't think so. I don't want to get him in trouble, but I think he joins in 99% of, they say it's an 80-20 issue. I think it's maybe 99. It's 99-1.
Mr. President, why are you suing your administration and the IRS? Why are you suing?
Who are you with?
I'm with ABC News.
You're a loud person. Very loud. Let somebody else have a chance.
Can you answer the
Wait a
question?
minute.
Why are you
ABC
suing
fake,
IRS?
ABC fake news.
You're suing.
Go ahead. I
Can
didn't
you
call
answer?
on you. Go ahead, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
Do you think the upcoming talks?
ABC, by the way, is truly one of the worst. Go
Do you
ahead.
think the upcoming talks between Russia and Ukraine stand a chance without
Yeah.
U.S. envoy Witkoff and Jared Kushner there?
I think they stand a chance. We've been trying. I've ended 8 wars. All of them I thought were going to be maybe tougher than this one. But Zelensky and Putin hate each other, and it makes it very difficult. But I think we're getting very close to getting a settlement. Hundreds of thousands of people, mostly soldiers, have been killed. Last week they lost 29,000 people. Last month they lost 29,000 soldiers. Can you believe that, fellas? 29,000. You lose one race driver, and it's a big deal. 29,000 soldiers in 1 month. 27,000 the month before. I think that, I think that we have a good chance of getting it settled. Yeah, ma'am, please.
Mr. President, on the Warsh nomination, what is your strategy for getting past the hold that Senator Tillis has on this process? He said he won't allow.
Well, that's that kind of thinking is why he's no longer a senator. He's going to be out of office. It's too bad. I always liked Senator Tillis actually, but he did some things that were not smart. And whatever, I mean, if he doesn't approve, we'll just have to wait till somebody comes in that will approve it, right? So that's it. But I saw that. He wants to be an obstructionist, but we have a lot of obstructionists. I've had a lot, and we've created the best presidency maybe ever. Yeah.
If Iran doesn't make a deal, is your plan to replicate there what you just did in Venezuela?
I don't want to say that. I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk about anything having to do with what I'm doing militarily. But we have a tremendously powerful fleet there. We have the most powerful ships in the world. We have the most powerful military by far in the world. We showed that on numerous occasions. I rebuilt the military in my term. If I didn't do, I wouldn't, I think, be able to say that. But I rebuilt the military, the entire United States military in my first term. And now we're building it bigger, better, stronger than ever before. I'm adding to it. We're adding something called a battleship. You would find this interesting. You know the old-fashioned, beautiful battleships? And we're adding up to 25 of them. Each battleship is 100 times more powerful than the battleships of the 1940s, those big, powerful ones with the guns, because of what the ships carry. But we're going to build 10. And then we'll see how we like them, and we're going to go and do another 15 after that. It could be up to 25 battleships, 100 times more powerful. Can you imagine that? And it's peace through strength. We don't want to use them, but if we have to use them, we will.
Mr. President, on the Fed, should the DOJ continue with its investigation into Jay Powell? That seems to be a sticking point for Senator Tillis.
Well, he's got a building that, I build buildings, and I build them under budget, ahead of schedule. I build them, but they're within reason always. And this is a small little complex that's costing billions of dollars. Most expensive job per square foot ever built. And it's a little complex. It's a little Fed complex. I built the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue, and I built it for around $200 million. And it's bigger than that. They're spending many times that amount to do a renovation of a building. I've heard numbers as high as $4 billion. $4 billion to build a building. I could have renovated that building and fixed it up, made it beautiful for $25 million. They're going to spend close to $4 billion on it. So it's either gross incompetence or it's theft. Somebody's making money, because you can't spend. It's more per square, and you have half a building there. You have the structure, you have the exterior skin that they're not changing much. They're building a building, and they're spending almost, I'm hearing numbers of between $3 and $4 billion. It's the most expensive structure ever built per square foot. So he's either incompetent, or he or somebody is a crook. And we'll find out.
Mr. President, do you think the CEO should step down? So, on Minneapolis, Governor Tim Walz recently likened the conflict on the ground to Fort Sumter, sort of implying
that this is the beginning of a civil war. Do you agree with that characterization? Do you feel like there's a civil war brewing?
governor
Minneapolis? Governor did.
Well, does he know what Fort Sumter was, or do you think somebody wrote it out for him? No, this is, I was elected on law and order. I was elected on a strong border. We had a border that allowed 25 million people to come in. Many were murderers. They murdered people. We had 11,888 murderers. We had prisons, including Venezuela, but Venezuela opened its prisons. So did the Congo. The Congo in Africa opened its prisons. They dumped people into our country. Many countries did that. I would have done that if I were leading a country. I would have dumped the prisoners into our country. We had open borders. We had all these things. I was elected on law and order. I was elected on the economy. I was elected on a lot of reasons. Because when I took over, we inherited a mess. Prices were too high. Inflation was the highest it was in 48 years. I say ever, but the media always corrects me by saying it's only 48 years. I think 48 years almost sounds worse. But when I was elected to do a job. And one of the big things I was elected to do is law and order. We now have the lowest crime rate in the history of our country. We have the lowest murder rate in the history of our country. We have Washington, D.C., which was a dangerous place to walk, is now a totally safe city. You can walk with your husband or your wife. You can walk with your children right down the middle of the city. Nothing's going to happen. We did a great job. We had the National Guard. We have soldiers. We have people that nobody's going to mess with. And we've taken out. Remember, it's not just that. In Washington, we've removed over 2,000 criminals. And, you know, if you look at the numbers, a very small percentage of your population, 2%, 3% of your population causes 90% of the crime. So when you move a small, it's amazing how that works. But the criminals go over and over and over again. So 2 to 3% of your population can cause over 90% of your crime. So it's not that complex. We moved 2,000 people out of Washington. We brought them back to their countries where they came from. They came through open borders by sleepy Joe Biden. And I will tell you, Washington is safe. If you look at New Orleans, as you know, we went there about 4 weeks ago. I was with the mayor of New Orleans last night. He was at the premiere, and she was at the premiere. She was great. I believe she's a Democrat. She came over. She thanked me so much. She said crime is down more than 50% in just a few weeks. And you couldn't even walk down the street in New Orleans. It's so bad. And now they let us in there, and she is thanking me so much, so profusely. She was great last night. I'd do that if I were a Democrat. I'd say call Trump in, let them do what they do. But we remove people, criminals, from the cities, and they become safe cities. If you look at Minnesota, Minneapolis, we have crime down there because we took out thousands of people, despite all the mess and everything else. But do these people really want to have rapists? Do they really want to have drug dealers and people from prisons and murderers? Do they really want to have them in the community? You know, it's really insurrectionists and agitators, and they're paid. And you can tell a lot of reasons. Number one, they're professionals, you know, with their mouth. But they're also, you look at the signs. The signs are all professionally made. They have signs that are gorgeous. In fact, I want to get the sign because I need a lot of signs for different things, and I want to find out whoever does their signs, they do a beautiful job. You know, everybody has this beautiful sign with brand new wood. It's like leather panels. They have a leather handle on the bottom. These are not people these are people that are handed signs, and we know pretty much, we're getting very close to it, but we know pretty much who's funding this stuff. These are paid insurrectionists, paid troublemakers. But I was elected by a landslide. I won every swing state. I won the popular vote by a lot. I won everything. I won everything. And I was elected by a landslide on law and order and on strong borders. We had a border that was so bad, so open, where 25 million people came in over a period of 4 years, and now nobody comes in. Nobody even tries to come in. And I can only say, I think, we'll say it very plainly, elections have consequences. The people want law and order. And we have a silent majority. You know, we have a silent majority of people. They don't go and riot and everything else, but they like what we're doing. They like having a safe city. I get calls every single day. Every person I see working in the White House, people I don't know, many people work here, and they say, I'd like to thank you, sir. Why? You've made Washington so great. We walk to work. They walk to work. You people know it very well. You walk to work now. You used to take an Uber or a taxi or something. and you even felt like in danger there. Every person in this building, I mean, virtually every time I see somebody, they thank me. Because a year and a half ago, they lived in hell, and now they can walk to work, and they're totally safe. Nothing's going to happen. And if anything did happen, the person that did it would be living in hell for a long period of time. Thank you very much, everybody.
President Trump wrapping up, taking some questions in the Oval Office after signing an executive order for an IndyCar race in Washington, D.C., on the streets there for America's 250th birthday. That is a race that will run in August and will air on Fox. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back to Vero Beach. Governor Ron DeSantis taking questions now from reporters after a news conference where he announced several events for America's 250th birthday. Talked about Washington's birthday becoming a state holiday next year. State offices will be closed. An essay contest, a number of other things as well. Now taking questions from reporters. So let's go ahead and listen in.
There would be things we would do, like, we made it, we wanted to say if you come to Florida illegally, that in and of itself is a crime. There's certain things we tried to do, and then they'd sue us in court. Now, courts would say, it's a federal function, So think about it. If the federal government's acting within its proper constitutional authority and is legislating something, then obviously a state can't come and do the opposite of what that law is if it's in their proper sphere. But think about Biden was not enforcing federal law. We were just trying to be faithful to federal law. We weren't trying to violate. We were trying to do what the law says, and that meant, apprehension and removal of illegal aliens. And it's a federal function. They got to have discretion. They can do here or there what they want to do. Okay, well, first of all, I don't agree with that. I think if the state is furthering the law, enforcement of the law, I think you have a right to do it. So we've battled on that. It's changed now because the Trump administration welcomes our cooperation. But now what you have in some of these states, you have the governor up in the Northeast just said they're doing like a website and a hotline where people can film ICE and send things and do all this stuff, all that. What they're whipping up in Minnesota, what they're trying, so states somehow it's a federal function. You don't have the right to faithfully enforce federal law when the federal government's not. But when the federal government wants to enforce it under a new administration, somehow these states can sabotage the enforcement and somehow that's okay, well, either it's a federal function or not. If you say states shouldn't be, then you should not be out there, trying to upend the apple cart, but that's what they're doing. I think they think they're getting a short-term political advantage, and they may be. I don't know, but what I do know is North is North. If you have a task to correct what Biden did to this country, that's not dependent on the news cycle. That needs to be done. And some of these jabroni politicians should not stand in the way, and you should not let them get away with that. But I'm seeing that where they're really not just not cooperating, which, think about it, if you as a resident and somebody is like in jail for sexual assault, illegal alien, would you want the person released into your community or would you want the person deported? I mean, seriously. Obviously, you'd want them turned over to DHS. And they won't even do that, which is really, really bad. But they're going a step further. They're fomenting street-level opposition, not just protest. You have a right to protest. Fine, protest. I mean, I see, I'll go sometimes in Florida, there'll be 5 of these, it's just fine. Look, if that's what you want to do, with your free time, God bless you, man. But it just doesn't. You ain't moving the needle, let's just put it that way. But that's fine. If that really matters to you, you can do it. Obviously some of those other areas, they get more people. A lot of these people are paid, let's just be honest with that. And so, you've got the Soros and network and all this stuff. All these Democrat politicians, they take a photo with Alex Soros, and then he tweets it out. This governor, this senator, it's like a humiliation ritual, and they're doing it. And what Alex Soros is doing by putting those pictures out is he's just, verifying to the rest of us, he owns those politicians, right? They are pursuing his and his dad's agenda, and part of that is what you're seeing, in all these other areas. But they are fomenting all this stuff, and it's really outrageous to see, kind of how that's done. So we nipped this in the bud last year, at the beginning of the year, knowing that this was going to be something that was significant, knowing that we had to have to all be on the same team. And look, there's some sheriffs, mayors, police chiefs that are very gung-ho. They want to work with us. They want to work with DHS. They want to get the job done because they know it's important. But there's others that would rather not do it, right? Or some would even try to say, well, we've made the law very clear in Florida. So we had an election in 2022. I won, had a lot of room to spare on that one. 2024, Donald Trump won Florida, won it significantly. And so we're bringing forward policies to help effectuate that agenda. And I just think that that's something that's really, really important. So Florida led the way on that way before anyone else was talking about any of this stuff. And that's part of the reason we've been so successful. So, well, good deal. So please keep dibs on what we're doing on America 250. I've got Reagan, I've got Calvin Coolidge statue, I've got all this stuff coming. It's going to be really fun over the next 6 months. So thanks, everybody.
Governor Ron DeSantis wrapping up his news conference in Vero Beach, where he talked about some things Florida is doing for America 250. We know a list of events, growing list of events, not just here in Florida, but across the country, because we listened in earlier as President Trump signed that executive order for the IndyCar race in Washington, D.C. as well, that will happen in 2026. Right now, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
And we are here doing our Community Crossroads weekly segment with Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley from U Nation.
Hi, we are so excited to be back. This is one of our favorite highlights of the week, and we are highlighting all the events that's going to wrap up our January. And guys, January has been the longest month, I swear, but we're coming to a close and we're going to kickstart February. But first, these events.
Happening this weekend on Saturday, January 31st, starting at 12 p.m., you can celebrate Lunar New Year with Celebrate Lunar. This is Orlando's biggest and most joyful celebration happening. It's going to start at 11 a.m. and goes all the way to 9 p.m. This is a family-friendly event. There's going to be traditional lion dances, taiko drumming, hip-hop dance battles, music, and more. Tons of different authentic dishes. So if you're looking to try food from around the world, like countries from China, Korea, Vietnam, Japan, Philippines, Thailand, and more, this is going to be the spot to get that amazing food by these local vendors. People are going to be coming from all around to celebrate the Lunar New Year. And of course, again, this is Orlando's biggest Lunar New Year event that's going to be happening. You're not going to want to miss out on those live performances. We hear it's a great time, and you might even catch us there.
I'm so ready to shed the year of the snake and just dive right on into the year of the horse. We're going to be galloping through 2026.
Yes, I'm super excited for this year and what everything Orlando's going to be having going on.
Yeah, I mean, I hope weather permits. I know that it's going to be freezing this weekend, so I hope everyone's bundled up if they're planning to go out and have a great time.
Yes, please wear your cozy sweaters. Please get all comfy. We've got really, really cold, feels like temperatures in like the teens. So those gloves, great to hold your beverages and hold your food.
Yes, this event is outdoors, so dress warm and be prepared.
But speaking of dressing warm, something to make you feel warm inside, we have the Faded Kingdom Beer Festival that's capping off Orlando's Beer Week on January 31st. This is happening at Tactical Brewing, which is over in Baldwin Park. And we have over 70 different breweries being represented here from this event. It's 4 hours, 12 to 4 p.m. Like I said, at Tactical Brewing, that's over in Baldwin Park. Gorgeous area if you've never been. They have a ton of restaurants and shopping around there too. So come for the beer, stay for the vibes. They do have selected tickets. So tickets are around $55 for this event, which does include tastings to all, like I said, 70 breweries, which is an insane number to think about. And Orlando is such a great beer scene that just needs to be celebrated. So Saturday, January 31st.
And if you're trying to stay in the dry January mood this weekend, all weekend long, if you don't want to drink, you can head over to the Central Florida Fairgrounds for the Orlando International Record Convention. If you're looking to just complete your vinyl collection that you've had in your house for a while, you have that record player, vinyl player, and you just don't have anything, this is going to be the biggest and best place to go and find those classic vinyls that you can't find anywhere else. There are going to be a ton of vendors coming in from all throughout Florida. This is a 3-day weekend event. You can go if you don't like crowds and buy early admission for $10, or if you're looking for something kind of budget friendly, each day is only $5. So this is a super budget friendly, family friendly event. Get ready. There's going to be vinyl records again, CDs and 45s, rare finds, box sets, and music memorabilia. They are going to be having lots of different genres like rock, jazz, hip hop, soul, punk, metal, and more. This is going to be a very laid back atmosphere. So if you're looking again for something indoors to stay warm this weekend, this is going to be the thing to do.
Big on the indoors. Big on the indoors.
Yeah, for sure. So the key this weekend, staying warm, but also having a little bit of fun as January comes to a close.
For sure, for sure. But as January comes to a close, I'm sure a lot of us have New Year's resolutions to maybe try something out of our comfort zone, try something new, maybe start a new hobby. And we have a ton of great DIY experiences and classes all around Orlando that can really head start you into your next favorite hobby or a fun date night and something creative that you can do inside and staying warm. Haha. So to kick off, one of my favorite things to do is it's called Rugged Perspective, which is rug tuffing. If you don't know what that is, you could create your own rug. This is located in the Milk District, and it's just a super fun DIY experience class where you get to design and create your own rug for your bathroom, for, I don't know, your welcome mat. There's so many uses, and it's just a really fun experience because you can paint and sip anywhere, but where else can you make a rug? That's so random, but it's so much fun. Abstract Orlando is also a really, really great experience, and you get to create your own works of abstract art. You don't have to have any actual creative artistic experience to have fun in this class. It's literally paint pouring, paint splattering. You get hair dryers and you blow things around, and you create the most gorgeous pieces of abstract art, from huge wall decors. I myself personally have a little spinner for my countertop in my kitchen that I made here that I have put all my fruits vegetables on. I can just spin it around, spice cabinet. It's great. This is located in Williamsburg. That's kind of near SeaWorld. So in that iDrive-esque area. We also have Board and Brush, where you get to paint your own wooden boards. And these can be the huge boards that you can welcome outside your house for some fall or winter or, spring, summer decor, to like charcuterie boards. They have classes, they have paint and sips, you name it, Board and Brush has it. And I believe Sarah has a couple other suggestions too.
Two of my favorite things to do to recommend to my friends to just have their birthday parties or girls' night. One of them is super awesome, cool pottery. This is a little tiny hidden gem located in Pine Castle, Florida. So it is a little bit of a drive, but it's super worth it. You get to go into this intimate classroom that has about 10 seats and learn how to create your very own pottery right out of clay, right on the wheel. You dry it out and then you get to paint it. We did this last weekend and it was a lot of fun. It was a 2-hour experience. It was it was amazing, honestly. And then all fired up also, there's 2 locations. So one in Waterford Lakes, so if you're closer to Avalon Park, and then one in Winter Park where you can again paint your own pottery. You don't create it here, but you do paint it. So if you're a little impatient and you don't really want to craft it yourself, this is still a great option. I've seen a ton of people go for Valentine's Day already. Valentine's Day is coming up, so it's a great place to just paint a plate or decor for Valentine's Day. I've painted a vase before and it's in my house and it's honestly my favorite thing to do. This is like a 10 out of 10 experience and I highly recommend it if you haven't had a chance to go check these places out yet.
Honestly, all of these ideas are perfect for Valentine's Day, Galentine's Day get-togethers. So start taking some notes. We're here to help you guys out.
Exactly. We got you covered with Valentine's Day plans.
I love that we're already looking forward to Valentine's Day. It's my favorite holiday, so I'm looking forward to it.
Listen, we're planners. I plan things so far in advance. So, we got to share the plans with you guys way ahead of time.
For sure. And where can we find you guys and all this information?
Yes, if you guys want to know more about the events upcoming this week, next week, and beyond, plus all these hidden gem businesses and activities that you guys can do in Orlando, download the free UNation app. Yes, it is free. You're welcome. And if you want to stay connected with us in real time on social medias, you can follow us at Stuff to Do in Orlando on all platforms.
Perfect. Thank you, Sarah and Ashley, for this week's Community Crossroads segment.
Thanks for having us, and we'll see you guys next week.
Thank you.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. First, want to give you some breaking news here just into our newsroom. The Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles announcing just a few minutes ago that starting Friday, February 6th, all driver license and tests and the skills exams as well will be administered exclusively in English. They say that applies to all driver's license classifications. Previously, many of them were offered in multiple languages, but that will no longer be the case starting Friday, February 6th. So that is something to make note of amid an ongoing conversation and concerns about drivers who may not be able to read road signs in English. That's something we've talked about that's gotten a lot of attention in the past few months since that crash on the turnpike where it appeared that a commercial vehicle driver was not able to read the road sign. So this is something that we have been keeping an eye on and talking about quite a bit over the past few months. We are also monitoring a release of a report this week from the state of Florida, 99-page report looking at spending at 13 cities and counties across the state of Florida. This is the long-awaited DOGE audit report released by the Executive Office of the Governor this week. Had the chance to catch up just a little bit ago with Lawrence Maurer. He's a Tallahassee Bureau reporter for the Tampa Bay Times and Miami Herald, who chatted with me about the takeaways from that report.
Yeah, the legislature last year at DeSantis' request, basically said, yeah, we're going to give you permission to DOGE local governments. This is an initiative, of course, modeled after Elon Musk's, effort on, in the Trump administration. And DeSantis was trying to glom onto that and do his own thing here. And so, yeah, basically they spent the last, 8 to 10 months, looking at local government finances. And really the goal of this report, the report basically makes clear is that, it's intended to justify a proper tax rate cut or some kind of property tax relief on the ballot this fall that, DeSantis has been talking about for a year now almost. So that's basically the genesis of this whole thing.
And what are the kind of the overall takeaways? I know this was something that you dived into this report of close to 100 pages. What did you take away from it?
Yeah, well, the report's basic premise is that local government spending has outpaced inflation and population growth. The big question, of course, is, well, how did it do that? Like, what was the money spent on? And the report doesn't answer that question. It's little doubt that even on the statewide level, spending has gone up. Local government spending certainly has gone up. But, this DOGE report does get into individual details about 13 cities and counties, kind of what they found. There's basically, they focus on, DEI initiatives, diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives done on the local level. And it also kind of lumps in, things that they consider wasteful spending that, a lot of, locals may not consider that wasteful, like, transit initiatives, bike lanes, installing bike lanes. A lot of people like those, and so the report really just kind of runs the gamut. It's kind of all over the place.
But what we don't see in it are incidents of fraud.
That's right. Yeah, that was one of the charges that the legislature said, find us incidents of fraud, mismanagement, fraud basically being illegal activity. And there's none of that mentioned in this report. In fact, the word fraud isn't even mentioned in the report. It's not in there. So they didn't find that. What they found is basically what they consider to be wasteful spending. And some of this stuff, is stuff that does raise eyebrows. There's a number of, local government officials who are making, six-figure salaries. It calls out specifically like city and county managers making, more than $200,000 a year. Miami's, new, county managers making 400 something thousand a year. Obviously, that's a lot of money. City and county managers do have a really big job. They basically run the city and county, not the mayors or commissioners usually. And so they have pretty big jobs. But, there are other jobs here like, this DOGE report considers, DEI hires that, are making, 170,000 a year, $200,000 a year that, does raise some questions. Is this the best use of taxpayer dollars?
What are these localities or organizations that represent them saying about this? Are we seeing some reactions to this report?
Yeah, the immediate reaction from like the Florida Association of Counties, they represent, most of the counties in the state. Their reaction is like, well, we're reviewing this thing, but, the math doesn't seem right here. And that's been a long time complaint by the cities and counties here. They've been the CFO, the Florida CFO, and the governor have been going around the state saying, oh, look at how much more money the cities are spending. That's automatically wasteful spending. And there's been a lot of dispute over how the state and DOGE arrived at these numbers. There's been accusations that they're kind of cherry picking both population numbers, where, the budget increases. And so that's basically been their reaction. We haven't heard a lot of specific denunciation about specific points in the report. And it's probably because this thing was released on Wednesday, quietly, I'll add. And cities and counties, when I first reached out to them, they hadn't even seen it. So they're still going through it.
So what happens now? We know that the report, as you said, was kind of mandated by the legislature to be released. Is there a next step in this? What happens now?
It's a really good question. We don't know. Presumably, there should be some kind of presentation to the legislature on it, I would imagine. That has not been scheduled. I've not seen anybody really saying when that's going to happen. This report is already 2 weeks late. It was due on the first day of the legislative session, the January 13th. And so basically this report, the intention, of course, here is to justify a property tax initiative, something to, reduce property taxes that will have to go on the ballot this fall. So I imagine this will be part of the conversation depending on what the legislature actually does here. The legislature is the ones that have to put something on the ballot. DeSantis has been talking about this for nearly a year now and has yet to produce any concrete idea for how to do that. And so, I imagine this report is going to be part of that conversation.
Right.
No, I would just point out that this report is, a fairly political document. This is not like a neutral audit by any stretch. It repeatedly praises DeSantis's leadership. It makes logic flaws. It makes assumptions that are unsupported. Like in one city, they had their plan, the city plan that they had contracted out for, mentioned DEI initiatives, and the city told DOGE, well, we're just not going to follow through on those. And the DOGE team is like, well, we don't really believe them, without actually saying why they don't believe them. And so, there's stuff that they've clearly cherry picked here. There's stuff that, does raise questions, raises legitimate questions about local government spending. But, the whole report in its entirety probably needs to be taken with a grain of salt.
Going to be interesting to see kind of how it factors into that property tax discussion at the state capitol as that moves forward.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, the legislature has got another, they're not even halfway through the session. So there's a lot to be done.
So we will be watching that. Also want to give you a live look right now inside a courtroom in Brevard County where a sentencing hearing is getting ready to continue for a former Brevard County deputy. Earlier this month, this hearing began for Andrew Lawson, who pleaded guilty to manslaughter after shooting and killing his roommate, a fellow deputy, Austin Walsh. Waiting for the judge to come in. We will check in on that hearing coming up in just a little bit. We had some emotional testimony from Lawson on the stand earlier this month, apologizing for an accident that he described while he was on the stand. So we'll get into more of that coming up in just a little bit. We are also continuing to watch updates when it comes to the new stadium for the Tampa Bay Rays, something we've been talking about for a while, keeping a close eye on. And I want to bring in Colleen Wright with the Tampa Bay Times, who joins us live now via Zoom. Colleen, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon. I know you've been doing a lot of reporting about the state of negotiations when it comes to this new stadium in Tampa.
Yes, hi, Garrett, good to see you again. And yeah, the saga continues. New ownership, same stadium issue that is yet to be resolved. Garrett, did I lose you?
I think you did. Yes, I muted myself, so thank you. You should be able to hear me now, Colleen.
Okay.
Am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Okay, great. Yes, I was just yapping right along without anyone able to hear me. So I appreciate you saying something. So I was talking about the Hillsborough Community College site where this seems like this stadium is going to be built. But what do we know about where things stand right now, and what's going on in the process right now?
Absolutely. So there is a basic framework of a plan. The Board of Trustees at Hillsborough College agreed unanimously to approve a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, with the Rays. And it basically talks about how the Rays would build a stadium and complementary mixed-use development, so shops, restaurants, entertainment, on Hillsborough College's main campus, the Dale Mabry campus. It's actually right next to where the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play at Raymond James, and in the same kind of block as Steinbrenner Field, where the New York Yankees have their spring training facility. We don't have any numbers yet, except the Tampa Sports Authority CEO, Eric Hart, told me directly that there's a cost estimate that's kind of being toyed with, that's $2.3 billion, but really it's all the MOU kind of does is lay out a roadmap for what needs to be negotiated for this deal to come to pass. So we are at the very beginning of stadium negotiations. They're just getting started.
And you have been, I know, working diligently to try to get comment from local officials there on how things are going. Talk about that.
Yeah, absolutely. When I reported out the $2.3 billion figure, I asked Tampa Mayor Jane Castor about that, and she would not confirm nor deny, but said, we could print anything that Eric Hart tells us, so we did. But they're in negotiations. A lot of public officials don't want to negotiate in the media. But something that's really also important to note here is that Governor Ron DeSantis is involved. The governor appoints members of the Board of Trustees for all state colleges and universities. And Patrick Zalupski, the owner of the Tampa Bay Rays, is actually on the Board of Trustees for the University of Florida. So you've got some connections there. DeSantis has said that the state would not help pay for the financing of the stadium, but would help for infrastructure like roads and sewers. So DeSantis is, involved in this deal somewhat, putting it together. But as far as concrete details go, all we've got is maybe a $2.3 billion figure, but that's just an estimate. That is nowhere near an official detail that we've seen in writing so far.
So what happens next? We know folks all over the state are watching this closely, if for no other reason than just curiosity, because this has been something that has been going on for so long. So what happens next?
So Hillsborough County, the Board of County Commissioners for Hillsborough County has an update on their agenda, I believe, for the February 4th meeting. Is that Wednesday next week? I just took a look at that agenda. Commissioner Ken Hagan has been very involved. He's been trying to bring the Rays to Tampa for a long time and wants to get a deal done. So we might have an update at that meeting next week.
Right. So what should we be watching for then as this process moves forward?
You always want to look for just what are the details, what are the numbers, what are the public subsidies for this project. The only thing that we kind of know that the new Rays ownership keeps saying is that they want to open the stadium by 2029. They do not want to seek out an extension at Tropicana Field in St. Petersburg, where they will be for 2026, 2027, and 2028 per their agreement. The mayor of St. Petersburg very open to having them extended at the Trop, but the Rays say that they're sticking to their ambitious timeline to have a stadium by 2029. So that means that we need to see details kind of sooner rather than later on what's going to come to pass. But I think a big question is, what is the public subsidy here between, bed tax, which is kind of like the taxes on like a hotel bill or short-term rental stay. That's a source of funding. There's also the community investment tax in Hillsborough. And the thing is too, is that other sports teams in the area can also be competing for this money as well. The Tampa Bay Bucks, that contract is up in 2028. And the Lightning are pursuing major renovations to Benchmark International Arena. So we'd like to know kind of what are the funds available and what could potentially be committed from the public toward the stadium. We just don't have those details yet.
Still so many questions. Colleen Wright with the Tampa Bay Times. We know you're all over it. We appreciate you joining us and talking about your reporting with us today.
All right. Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I want to get you inside the courtroom here in Brevard County. This is in Viera, as the continuation of a sentencing hearing for Andrew Lawson, a former sheriff's deputy accused of shooting and killing his roommate, who was also a deputy. This is a continuation after a multi-hour, 7-hour hearing just a couple of weeks ago where we heard testimony from Andrew Lawson, who talked about how this happened. They were essentially playing with a gun when he fired and killed his roommate. Let's go ahead and listen in here. I'm not sure what's happening. This hearing just began a few moments ago. The judge walked in. There was a meeting at the bench between the attorneys and the judge. So let's go ahead and listen in here, see what's happening as this hearing gets ready to get back underway.
Tech disable sound, and then I don't know what that will do to the ability to give an impact statement, but given the circumstances, we can't have that interference. But I'll go ahead and pull it up now. Get the TV switched. And I'll tell you, once we get started, if people are trying to get on, I'm likely not going to let them in just because it's too distracting. I need to listen, pay full attention to what's going on in the courtroom. Okay, I just let everybody into teams that is present as of now. I'm instructing you to turn off your microphones. If we have too many disruptions, I may have to disconnect the line. Also, just to make you aware, if you have to step away, do not cut off your feed because I will not be letting anyone in at this point because I have to put my full attention into the court proceedings here. All right, so with that, Mr. Stone, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls it.
Oh, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear affirm that any testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You can have a seat right here. Just speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon, Commander. First, tell us your name, please.
I'm Alexis Herrera, Herrera. I'm commander with the Brevard County Sheriff's Office.
And you kind of told us what you do, but tell us what are your duties or description of your function as a commander?
I currently oversee our North Precinct, all law enforcement and civilian staff at our North Precinct, all law enforcement operations.
Do your duties and responsibilities encompass the area of firearms instruction and training for the deputies, both new and present deputies?
I did for 5 years. I oversaw the career development unit, oversaw all firearms training for the entire organization, both as a lieutenant and as a major.
Okay, and you kind of just anticipated my next question, but let me just dig a little deeper into that. Tell the court, please, your training, your experience, your background in that area of firearms training and safety, especially the safety aspect.
So as part of my duties, I oversaw all lesson plans for the organization as it relates to firearms, training, safety protocols, all lesson plans relative to training during that assignment. I also facilitated training for law enforcement personnel and corrections at our law enforcement academy. So I ensured that we reviewed not only their training schedules, but ours to make sure that we captured all aspects of firearms and safety training.
Tell the court, please, what does the actual training, specifically for and especially for new applicants, those who have applied and have been accepted and now are in the process of undergoing that type of firearms training. Tell the court, please, what does that encompass, including and especially firearms safety?
So once they pass our initial hiring process, which is really in-depth and covers many aspects, if they get to that point and they get hired on as deputy trainees, they go to the Law Enforcement Academy. There they receive a minimum of 80 hours of firearms training. Every aspect of that firearms training is based on safety. So they receive that training there. And then once they finish the academy, they get additional training at the department in the form of tactical auto pistol training. And that's an additional 16 hours. Total, they're firing thousands of rounds. And every training session goes over safety rules. And so safety is huge when we are dealing with firearms.
And let me dig a little bit deeper. Tell the court, please, the safety aspect of handling firearms. What do you teach the new deputies that go into the training program, get into the academy, and I presume it's continuing education or training. Tell the court about that.
So the basic principle is we treat firearms as if they were a laser. You never point it at anything you're not willing to destroy. So that's the core foundation, and then obviously keeping your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. That's embedded in our law enforcement training through the academy and also through the agency. So We treat that as a golden rule, and it's something that's established from day one.
Never point, always treat a firearm, whether loaded or unloaded, as if it was loaded. Is that a fair statement?
That is part and parcel of what we discuss. We treat them as if they were loaded. You know, it's a huge liability. It's a high liability course. It's even labeled a high liability course through FDLE, so we treat it that way.
And you touched upon this a couple of seconds ago, but never point or aim a firearm at another person unless it's intended to be used. Is that a fair statement?
That is fair.
I can mark this for identification. Show Mr. Bland State's Exhibit A for identification. Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit A for identification. You recognize this?
I do.
Tell the court, please, what is that State's Exhibit A for identification?
That is one of the several signs that we have at our range, just reinforcing the cardinal rules of firearm safety, the laser rule, as we just discussed, and just making sure that we're prominently displaying the safety concerns that all of us should be aware of when we're handling and utilizing firearms.
And how many rules? Well, I don't know if this is a State's Exhibit A.
Any objection? No comment as State's one.
Commander Herrera, I know there are a lot of them there. There's 16 of them. But I'm going to ask you, please, read for the court the various rules. Where is that posted, by the way, this particular sign?
This particular sign is as you enter the range. Before you can actually step up to the firing line, you're going to pass this.
Please read to the court the various rules that are on that fence.
So the number one cardinal rules of firearm safety: treat all firearms as though they are loaded. Keep your finger outside the trigger guard until you have decided to fire. Point the muzzle in a safe direction at all times. Be sure of your target and what is behind it. That is the first 4 rules that we state. Would you like me to continue?
Yeah, please, yeah, please.
Remember the laser rule. Treat your firearms as if it's a laser gun with the beam always on. Whatever the laser beam touches, it cuts through. It continues on with specific rules. Ear and eye protection, hats, and vests are required at all times while firing is being conducted on the range. This applies to shooters and observers. Number 2, there are only 3 positions for the weapon on the range: holster, ready, and on target. Number 3, never put your finger in the trigger guard until you're aiming at a lethal threat target and have decided to fire. Number 4, always handle the firearm as if it were loaded so that you never fire it accidentally when you think it's unloaded. Number 5, never take anyone's word that a firearm is unloaded. When handling a firearm to someone or accepting a firearm from someone else, always make sure the action is open and check for yourself that the firearm is unloaded. Number 6, never point a firearm at anything you do not intend to shoot. Number 7, always be sure of your target and the area behind it before you press the trigger. Number 8, never drink alcoholic beverages or take drugs before or during shooting. Number 9, never bend over to retrieve dropped articles on the firing line unless instructed to do so. Number 10, always make sure your firearm is unloaded before cleaning. Number 11, Never leave a loaded or unloaded firearm unattended where an unskilled person or child could accidentally fire it, causing injury, death, or property damage. Number 12, never shoot at a hard surface such as a rock or liquid. A bullet may ricochet and travel in any direction. Number 13, never have anyone who is not factory trained, certified, and Sheriff's Office approved armorer work on your department issued gun or personally owned gun. Apologize. Number 14, loading and unloading on the firing line and only on the command of the range officer. Number 15, no tobacco product usage on the range. And number 16, wash hands and face with cold water and soap before leaving the range.
And these are rules that every deputy knows or should know.
That is correct. Not only do we have this signage there, but we also utilize a Power DMS, which is our document managing software, and those rules are also in our system as well.
This commander with the Brevard County Sheriff's Office talking about a lot of the training that deputies go through, the rules that are kind of drilled into them about firearm safety. Hearing this because these are rules and training that Andrew Lawson would have gone through, would have seen in his time at the range there. We know that he essentially had pointed the gun at his roommate and friend and fellow deputy while they were playing a video game, ended up firing. He has pleaded guilty to manslaughter in this case. This is one of the witnesses being called by the prosecution right now. We will still hear after that victim impact statements expected from loved ones of Austin Walsh, the other deputy who was killed. Now, the plea deal could lead to a maximum 7-year prison sentence for Lawson. We will see. We know the defense does not want him to spend time behind bars, but wants some mental health rehabilitation for him. So we will see what happens with this. We are continuing to monitor it. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back inside the courtroom in Brevard County. Defense attorney for Andrew Lawson now getting the chance to ask some questions here of the commander who was on the stand when we went to break. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
Department.
And what was the purpose from your perspective of speaking to Commander Fishback?
Trying to get some historical of what actually happened. I'm not familiar with the intimate details of this case.
And why were you doing that? Were you anticipating being a witness here today?
No, this is actually in the beginning parts of just what happened. When I hire, I don't keep track of employees, so I was aware of the incident. So I spoke to him at that night when everything was happening.
So you're going back years ago.
I am.
When the event occurred.
That's correct.
You spoke to the commander.
Correct.
But you have not talked to anyone in the last few years about this particular case and the plea or anything like that?
No, just besides the state, no.
And who was the other person or individuals you spoke to besides the commander?
Our Human Resources Department.
For what purpose?
To determine whether or not I was involved in this particular hiring and the nature of the background and so forth. In preparation for this time here today.
Okay, so you were contacted to be a potential witness in this case, and you went back and did some due diligence to see what, if any, involvement you had in Mr. Lawson's hiring process?
That's correct. To get some understanding of where I was with it. At the time, I was actually overseeing the division, and then just finding out particulars relative to the psychological.
Were you actively involved in the hiring process of Mr. Lawson?
I oversaw the hiring of Mr. Lawson. That's correct.
What does that mean, oversaw?
So to have a good understanding, when applicants put in for the department, the process entails our background and recruiters doing a preliminary overview of the application. They present that to me after the candidate has passed certain steps, whether that's a physical, whether that's a drug test, drug screening, and before we start, for lack of better term, spending additional monies to determine whether the candidate is going to be a good candidate. And then ultimately, I am presented the steps, each step I'm presented the final results of each step. So they come to me as the supervisor. And at the time, it would have either been as a lieutenant or a major. Can't recall.
So you would have been either a major or a lieutenant when you had those responsibilities?
That is correct.
So an applicant like Mr. Lawson would start out filling out, I'm assuming, a written application. And that written application would go to a level below you, and there'd be a screening process there.
That's correct. Likely digital at that time, but yes.
Okay. And then at some point in time, that application comes to you to wave your hand over it to decide if the department, the Clark County Sheriff's Office, is going to take the next step, invest time, energy, and money potentially into that potential applicant, correct?
That's correct.
And we're going back many, many years. That's correct?
Correct. I believe 20.
And how does one in your position refresh their recollection for something that occurred 20 years ago involving Mr. Lawson? How did you do that?
So I don't have any independent recollection of him going through the process. Hence why I had to call our HR and see if the paperwork had my signature. And so any hire while I was there was reviewed by me in my time. Every single applicant that came through the agency I was involved with.
I get that, but I'm talking about Mr. Lawson here.
Mm-hmm.
20 years ago, you don't have any independent, as you said, recollection of the gentleman, correct?
Yes, I don't remember him going through the process.
Right. So you went back and you looked at his file, for lack of a better term.
Correct.
Right?
I had them pull the file.
And within that file is the stepping process of how someone goes from an applicant to an officer, correct?
That's correct.
Or a deputy.
In this case, just for clarity, he was hired as a civilian PSA, and then, public service aide, and then transitioned to deputy trainee, and then ultimately as a deputy, just for clarity.
So when you went back and reviewed Mr. Lawson's file,
Mm-hmm.
did it then refresh your recollection? Oh, I remember that guy, such that you remembered him going through that process, or no?
I don't have an independent memory of him. We may have interacted, but mind you, I don't have an independent recollection.
I don't want you guessing.
No, that's what I'm telling you. I don't have an independent recollection.
So all you did was look at a file, and if your signature was on certain documents in the file, which you would expect it to be, since that was your job back then as a major or lieutenant, correct?
That's correct.
And I'm assuming that application, name, address, what you do for a living, things of that nature, correct?
It's pretty in-depth, but it covers many aspects, to include drug use, where they worked, all those things.
Does it cover mental health questions?
I'm sorry?
Does it cover mental health questions? Has it ever been Baker acted, Myers acted, anything like that?
All that stuff is in the background, but it's not on the application per se.
So if a person gets through the initial screening process, like Mr. Lawson, at some point in time, there's, imagine, some sort of physical testing, right?
Correct.
Standard. And then there's a psychological or mental health threshold you have to get through, correct?
Correct. There's a polygraph and a psychological that's also administered.
There's been testimony on January 15th that it is a 500-question exam or essay, or if, you know what I'm talking about when I say 500 questions?
I'm aware of the psychological, yes.
Okay, so when people are talking about 500 questions, that's the psychological evaluation, correct?
Well, there's more to that. They're actually sitting with the psychiatrist or the staff member to go through that. But it's not just a Q&A. They're actually being interviewed.
Well, tell me if I'm wrong. They would fill out the 500 questions first and then go to an interview, right?
Correct.
They're probably not sitting in front of a contracted out mental health counselor or psychologist while they're filling out the questions.
That is correct.
So, and the questions are self-report. You answer them how you want to answer them, right?
That is correct. I mean, you could lie.
You do anything. No one knows whether it's a lie until you know what the truth is, right?
Correct. And for clarity, though, we balance that with the polygraph.
I got it.
Okay.
All right. So someone like Mr. Lawson would have filled out 500 questions because no one would have known him beforehand. Well, okay. You guys would have known him because he was part of a beginning process, right?
Correct.
So he fills it out, and then at some point, and there's no cross-checking or corroborating or consulting with third parties or independent sources or anything like that before he meets with the contracted employee, correct?
Just for clarity, a background is started, so there is a background that is done. So a lot of that comes out in some interactions with neighbors and checking with former employees. So some of the things that you're referencing are manifesting sometimes in their work product or in their engagement with the community. So the term cross-reference, I don't know how you're referencing it, but we do look at that to see if there's something that comes up.
But I'm assuming, and tell me if I'm wrong, that the people that you check on, neighbors and former employers, are the information that the applicant provides to you guys, correct?
Again, sir, they provide something, but we verify. So it's not always the case. They may tell us they're a wonderful employee, for example, and we go talk to them and they manifest themselves in certain ways that show us concern. So we verify what they tell us.
You verify it with the information that is put on the application. You don't hire a separate company to go out and do a deep dive into an applicant to see if they misrepresented who they work for, had other employers they didn't list. You don't do something like that at that level, do you?
Well, I just want to be clear. We do a full, thorough background, which includes exactly what you're saying. We verify beyond what they tell us. So it's not just, hey, you told me you worked at 3 places. We're pulling wage an hour. So it's a very deep dive background. And so what you tell us is then dove into, and if we find an issue, then we try to address it. So it's a little bit more than maybe what you're portraying. I just want to be clear.
How long after the 500 question test, for lack of a better term, does a person meet with the mental health counselor?
It can vary.
Approximately? Range?
A couple hours.
So it's the same day?
I can't speak to that because sometimes they don't do it on the same day. Some days they do it, they schedule it all in one day, but typically they try to do it all in the same day.
Have you ever sat in on those type of interviews?
No, sir.
Approximately, do they schedule multiple ones during the same day?
They have scheduled 2, but usually 2 is the most that they can do.
How long do they normally take? I know it's not an exact science, but how long ballpark?
A couple hours, sir. That's all I can tell you. I'm not sitting there checking their time. They're done when they're done.
So for the sake of a discussion here, are you comfortable that it's no more than a couple hours, that they're not spending days and days face one-on-one interviews?
There are times that they bring the candidate back for clarity, and they do re-interview them because there's some concern or some issue, but that's the exception rather than the rule.
So Mr. Lawson would have done the 500 question test. He would have met for a couple hours with a contracted mental health counselor, psychologist, psychiatrist, and then y'all would have done a background check on him. And then if all those check off okay, he moves on in the process, correct?
Correct, but with the caveat of also being the polygraph. So we use that as well.
Now, while the applicant, like Mr. Lawson, is going through this process, were the results of Mr. Lawson's mental health test within his file you looked at?
The results show that they were favorable. That is correct. So that's the result, the end result. There was nothing identified during that process that would preclude him from being hired.
Is it a pass-fail, favorable or unfavorable?
That is what they give us, favorable or unfavorable.
Thumbs up, thumbs down, that's it.
Well, for clarity, there is a discussion about what those issues may or may not be. So, but yes, it's ultimately the doctor's decision to decide favorable or unfavorable based on, and they'll usually give us an idea of what happened.
Back then, you were responsible, I think you said for 5 years, for the firearm safety training. It seems like the total focus was on firearms. Is that a fair statement?
I oversaw all the training for the department. Every lesson plan that was generated went by me, reviewed for various things, but it's just not the firearm. I was responsible oversight of the range. The range master responded to me as the supervisor of that division. I still had superiors, but ultimately all that whole hiring background, recruiting, training, field training program, all those things fell under me.
Putting firearms aside, if there was some issues with an applicant, mental health issues or any other issues, non-firearm related, would that have gone through you as well?
Yes, sir.
So you handled everything to do with potential applicants?
Yes, the issues never left the office without me being appraised, and if I had an other issue, then the chief deputy and the sheriff may at times maybe even be involved. But everything went through me when it came to the hiring for all positions.
And I'm assuming you have an extensive background yourself in weapons, firearms, safety, credentials, certifications. Is that a reasonable assumption?
I have several certifications. I don't have a specific firearm certification in the high liability, but I oversaw the team.
The rules that the state provided to you, I think it was the state's Exhibit 1, you read them out loud here. I'm assuming you have those reasonably committed to them, correct? If you see them every day when you walk in.
Yeah, I know several of them.
Yes, sir. If a deputy violates those rules while in the course of their duties, what happens?
Depends on which one. For example, if let's say they point a gun at somebody while out of the range.
Stop you there.
Okay.
Pointing a gun at somebody, I would assume on a scale of 0 to 10 is one of the more serious ones, right?
Okay. So which one would you like to start with?
That one right there. So if a deputy in the course of their duties points a gun at someone, what's the consequence?
Immediately noticed by someone, addressed, and retraining right away.
Let's talk about off-duty deputies. They're now sworn, certified deputies with Brevard County Sheriff's Office. And how much regulation goes on in terms of their personal life and the manner in which they conduct their personal life off-duty?
I don't know the question.
If a deputy points a gun at someone at the range, he's on duty, he's working, he's training, correct?
Correct.
If a deputy is in the field responding to a call and there's a report that he pointed a gun at someone or violated one of these rules here, one of the serious ones, there's going to be reprimands, retraining, it's going to go into his personal file, correct?
Correct.
What about if information comes out that a deputy points a gun at someone off duty in their house?
So nuance, right? Nuance depends with whether it's a criminal intent, if like they pointed a gun at a grocery store, you mentioned at a house. It depends if we're made aware of it. So once we're made aware of it, we're going to be taking action.
All right, let's stop. Every question I'm going to ask you assumes that you were made aware of it.
Oh, okay, fair.
If you're not made aware of it, you can't do anything about it.
You don't know what you don't know.
Exactly. So let me give you a hypothetical, if I may.
Sure.
If the testimony on January 15th in this courtroom was that Austin Walsh, in his personal time, off duty, you got the premise here, pointed a gun on multiple occasions at his roommate or his roommates. You understand? I don't know if it was a personal gun or if it was his deputy-issued gun, but pointed a gun. If you, first of all, if you were made aware of that, would your department have taken action against him?
Yes.
So the fact that he's off duty and the fact that it may have been a personal firearm is irrelevant. It still would be a violation of these specific rules?
We have expectations of our deputies, and yes, that would be violation of those rules.
So these rules don't just apply when a deputy is on duty?
We expect our personnel to perform above standard when it comes to those issues.
Were you personally ever made aware by any collateral sources, and I define collateral sources as any fellow deputies or any lay people, that Austin Walsh on multiple occasions pointed guns in violation of these rules?
Only privy to what was told to me relative to this case. If you're referring to other instances, I don't know about them.
Never knew about it? So
No,
you don't know
no.
what you don't know?
No.
Okay. If it occurred, you didn't know about it, so there were no consequences?
Correct. It wasn't brought to my attention.
To your knowledge, was it brought to any of your colleagues' attention?
I mean, you're asking me to assume whether, I don't know.
That you were made aware of?
No, Counsel. I was never made aware that that was a pattern of action.
Were you made aware in this particular case, because you kind of qualified it? Did you hear about it, that it occurred as part of this investigation case?
I heard that there was a pointing of a gun, a discharge of a firearm. Yes, I was made aware of that.
Okay. I'm not talking about Mr. Lawson's pointing of gun, discharge of firearm. I'm talking about Mr. Walsh. In this investigation, were you made aware that Mr. Walsh had pointed a gun at other officers?
I'm not aware of that.
First time you're being made aware of it is right now?
Right now. I'm not privy to the intimate details of whatever came about.
Other than the incident which leads us here today by Mr. Lawson, were you ever made aware, ever, on any other occasion, that Andrew Lawson ever pointed a gun at any other fellow officer or layperson in violation of these specific rules?
It was never brought to my attention.
So the answer would be no. You're not aware, right?
Right. Don't know what I don't know.
Did you try to investigate that after this incident occurred? Did you go out and say, talk to your colleagues or talk to anyone to try to investigate?
No, I was not part of that.
I'm not saying you're supposed to, I was just asking.
No.
In the firearm training that deputies get, are not only safety, but are they trained on different weapons? Because they're each issued one department-issued weapon, right?
They receive a department-issued weapon. That is their weapon. They will often receive training on a AR-15 style platform, a rifle, and sometimes, back in the day, a shotgun. But those are typically the weapon systems.
And when they go to the gun range, because they have to continually get trained with firearms, correct? In terms of their marksmanship and things of that nature.
Correct, Counsel.
And they use different firearms or weapons?
No, you utilize your handgun.
In your experience, do you have multiple weapons? Multiple firearms?
I'm sorry?
In your personal life, do you have multiple firearms?
I do.
And I'm talking about handguns, I'm talking about rifles now. Do they weigh differently? Each gun weigh a little differently?
They're all different. I don't have
different.
multiple of the same.
In other words, if you have multiple different firearms, handguns, they're all going to feel a little differently,
if you have different firearms, they will all potentially look different, they potentially feel different, depending on which firearms you have.
And they potentially can have different weights, correct?
They can, counsel.
And the weight of a firearm, because I'm not a Second Amendment guy, so I'm asking you questions.
Yeah, for sure.
The weight of the firearm can vary depending upon if there's a clip or a magazine in it, correct?
Yes, it depends on whether or not the magazine is loaded, and there's a variety of things, whether it's polymer, with solid metal, handgun, there's a variety of firearms.
And how many bullets are in it determine vary the weight as well, correct?
Correct.
And speaking, you can speak personally or professionally, the more you use a particular gun.
Testimony continuing right now in the sentencing hearing for Andrew Lawson as a Brevard County Sheriff's Office commander. It continues to answer some questions from Lawson's defense attorney, questions about training, about the rules, about even how different guns may feel differently and react differently in your hand. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back inside the courtroom here. This is the sentencing hearing for Andrew Lawson, who earlier this month pleaded guilty to manslaughter in the shooting death of his roommate and a fellow deputy, Austin Walsh. This hearing continuing today went for about 7 hours earlier this month, a couple of weeks ago when it started. We are hearing testimony right now from a deputy or a commander with the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. And we will also expect to hear victim impact statements coming up a little bit later as well ahead of the sentencing from the judge. So let's go ahead and listen back in as the defense attorney for Andrew Lawson questions this commander on the stand right now.
The independent recollection of that coming up during the hiring process.
When you went back and looked at his file, did you see anything in his file about suicides of family members?
I didn't recall seeing any of that.
Did you see anything in his file about his father dying during COVID?
I don't recall that.
Did you see any traumatic events that may have occurred while he was a sworn officer performing his duties where a child would have died?
I don't have any independent recollection of that.
So let me ask you this. When the thumbs up is given to someone like Andrew Lawson, how many years was he a deputy before this particular incident?
I believe he was made a deputy trainee 1 year after his hire in October of 20. So I believe in October of 21, he became a deputy trainee, went to the academy, and then thereafter. I don't have the specific date of this incident, so I don't.
So let me ask you differently.
Yeah.
The incident occurred on December 3rd, 2022.
Okay.
Okay. How long had Andrew Lawson been a sworn certified deputy?
What was the date again?
December 3rd, 2022.
Approximately, the timing would put him at a little less, under 2 years, give or take.
In the 2 years, that is, from the time he was a deputy, sworn deputy, up and until, say, December 2nd, the night before the incident. You got it?
Okay.
Okay. You have no idea what went on in his personal life in terms of traumatic events or deaths or anything like that that could have altered his psychological state from the time he was given the he's good to go thumbs up, correct?
I'm not aware of any of those instances.
Since there's ongoing training for firearms, is there any ongoing testing for mental health for your deputies after they initially are passed?
After the initial psychological, there's no more psychologicals given.
Wait, I want to unpack that for a second. So a human comes to your department, takes a 500 test questions, answers them, meets for maybe 2 hours with a stranger, okay, mental health counselor, is given the thumbs up, and then the entire time of their law enforcement career, there's no more psychological testing or evaluations to see what's gone on in that person's personal and professional life that may have affected them?
The only times that would be initiated would be on their fitness for duty. And so I am not privy to any incident that may have triggered that. So I can't speak to whether or not he was reevaluated. But I can tell you that after the hiring, absent a fitness for duty, which would trigger a potential sit down with a psychiatrist or a psychologist, that would be the first and only psychological. But I'm not privy to whether or not that occurred in his.
In other words, if the behavior of the deputy is causing or raising issues and concerns in their professional life, fitness for duty, they get sent back to be tested and evaluated.
That is correct, but also incidents, for example, a critical incident like an officer-involved shooting or things of that nature. So it could trigger in both ways. But again, once he left my management oversight and control and was assigned to a precinct, I'm not privy to whether or not that occurred.
Is a deputy required, as a lawyer, if I'm arrested, I have to report it to the Florida bar. Understand? I have an affirmative obligation. If I have mental health issues, I have an affirmative obligation to the Florida bar. Understand?
Okay.
Is a deputy like Mr. Lawson, if he has issues in his personal life, suicide of a family member, a death of a father, he's feeling depressed, is he obligated by your department's rules to report it so you all can make sure that your deputies are mentally healthy?
We have a standing where we have a critical incident team and a stress management team that deals with deputies in issues where they may be in despair or having these sorts of problems. We encourage that communication, and then secondly, if there is something that has happened in that law enforcement's life that can impair his or her judgment or decision making on the field, then yes, no differently than when they take a controlled substance, they need to report that.
You could imagine scenarios where officers are not going to self-report on themselves.
Oh, yes, I can see that.
And would you consider a deputy like Austin Walsh, and I say this with all due respect, would you consider, if the evidence has shown that he's regularly pulling a firearm and pointing it at people, he's probably not going to self-report that, right?
You're asking me to assume a couple things there, but I don't know if someone would self-report or not.
Would that be a triggering event? If you learned that one of your deputies, like Deputy Walsh, was running around in his personal life pointing guns, whether loaded or not loaded, at people, and then pulling the trigger as well, would you consider that critical enough to take him back and do not only firearm training, but mental health counseling and see what's going on?
Potentially up to termination.
A lot of questions there about Austin Walsh, the fellow deputy who was shot and killed. in this case, Andrew Lawson, the one who has pleaded guilty to manslaughter. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are going to be back at the top of the hour with Florida Live. We'll welcome in our TV audience. We will continue to monitor this hearing. We're also going to be talking weather, so if you have any questions about the cold, go ahead and send those to us. We'll be right back with Florida Live coming up in just a couple minutes.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Been a busy day here as we get ready for the weekend. Want to let you know, if you've been watching us over the past hour, we've been tracking this hearing in Brevard County. This is a commander for the Brevard County Sheriff's Office testifying on the stand right now in a sentencing hearing for Andrew Lawson. He is a former Brevard County deputy who earlier this month pleaded guilty to manslaughter in the death of his roommate and fellow deputy, Austin Walsh. So this commander on the stand has been talking about training, about policies, about hiring, about the mental health of deputies, being asked some questions. We're also anticipating victim impact statements from the family members of the victim who was killed. So we'll be monitoring this hearing and check back in on it in just a little bit. But right now we are bracing for a cold weekend here in Florida. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me now to talk about the Florida freeze. And TJ, we also want to go ahead and put this ask out there because if people have questions about the cold, about the forecast, about the impact of it, we want to know those questions and we will answer those coming up in just a little bit. So here's the QR code you see on your screen right now. Pull out your phone. You can scan that. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Send us your questions. I know we already have several that have come in. We've been asking for them over the past few hours and on social. So anyone who has those questions, send them our way, and we will be happy to answer those. But TJ, we've been talking about this for a while. And we're almost there.
I mean, I don't want to say the light at the end of the tunnel because it's really not going to be that bright and cheery of a weekend. It's going to be cold and really wintry, Garrett, at least for Florida. I mean, for anybody really, but especially for us Floridians, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And this is a weekend where there's a lot of things going on outside too that you don't normally have to deal with conditions like this.
Gasparilla, I mean, anyone that's around doing anything outdoors, whether it's the parks, the beaches, big events like Gasparilla. I mean, we have a ton of events around Central Florida. I feel like it's just going to be not the nicest to be outside, sadly.
Yeah, you're going to have to bundle up.
Yes.
That is for sure.
A must.
So talk to us about kind of the situation. I know you've got some graphics for us that can show a little bit about the situation, because I mean, we're seeing alerts and warnings kind of come in already for this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, Florida's never had. Just in 2024, Garrett, we saw the National Weather Service kind of condense some of their cold weather alerts, and with that, we have never seen an extreme cold watch or an extreme cold warning get issued for Florida. And now we can say we've had both an extreme cold watch and an extreme cold warning. So that's something that is kind of monumental in the weather world. And it's something that we're going to definitely be talking about. But we have freeze warnings for just the outside temperature getting below the freezing mark. This includes all of Central Florida, even the beaches. Usually our inland communities are the ones that are feeling the cold. In this case, everyone is going to feel that cold air from Saturday onward into Sunday. And that cold weather alert, that freeze warning, goes until 1 o'clock Sunday. So it's not just expiring at 9 or 10 in the morning, but right into our Sunday afternoon. Now, the extreme cold warning also from Saturday evening through Sunday afternoon, and that's for those dangerous wind chills. So wind chills that could be down around 10 degrees, if not even colder than that. The crazy thing is we're going to just feel such a tumble in those wind chill values, and that's why we have a storm team alert for this hard freeze as we head through our Sunday and our Monday. But Saturday we'll start to feel those effects, and then we'll feel it even more so Sunday and Monday. There are those forecast wind chills. I don't even want to talk about it, Gary, because it's just so brutal. I mean, teens in Gainesville, around 21 in Orlando. This is by 10 o'clock Saturday. So if you're, and that's Saturday evening. So if you're getting out maybe to walk the dog quick, don't think that you don't need to grab the jacket, because you'll be mistaken. And then by the time we get into our Sunday morning, wind chills down around 9 in Sanford, 11 in Orlando, single digits in Palm Coast and Daytona Beach. It's just going to feel downright frigid. And for us, we don't say that all that often here in Central Florida. Even by Sunday afternoon and evening, still dealing with wind chills in the 30s. Those wind gusts, too, could potentially get up around 30 to 40 miles per hour, which could do some damage in itself. But I'm going to try to find the silver lining, Gary. As you know, I normally try to do 48 tonight. That's not bad. That's kind of close to where we should be for this time
All
of
right.
the year.
Well, if that's the silver lining here, then we definitely don't want to. We don't really want to focus too much on the bad news, because that's not much of a silver lining.
No,
TJ.
it's not. It's not. And I mean, I feel like if we had 40s, no one would really be rejoicing, and that would be pretty cold for us. But now we're, in perspective, I feel like we have temperatures that are going to be well below that. So it'll feel like it honestly feels like a heat wave kind of today, as we've had cold air this week. But we'll likely break both of these records, our coldest low on the day on Sunday, as well as on for our highs. So we'll likely smash those records. And then looking at some of the coldest wind chills, that's something that we're definitely going to be talking about. But this was kind of a stat that stood out to me, Garrett. Only 36 days in the history of record keeping in Orlando. That's only a month of days in 100 plus years that we've been able to say we've had highs at 45 degrees or colder. And same thing with these wind chills. Wind chills that will rank in the top 10, I'm sure, but these are the top 8 coldest wind chills. This is for Orlando International, and we'll probably have wind chills even below. We might crack into the top maybe 3 possibly if we can, get those wind chills down around 7, 8, 9, 10 degrees.
Well, we're certainly not hoping for that.
No.
We're certainly not. We don't want to be top 5. That's for sure. We would be fine with falling outside the rankings. For that, because I mean that is cold.
It is, and especially for areas that are closer to the coast, where you have a little more moisture in the air, at least for a time before we get into that dry air. When there's more humidity in the air, it makes it feel that much worse because your body's doing work and you're feeling that moisture evaporate, and it kind of subtracts the heat from your body, so to speak. So it just doesn't feel.
Yeah.
It makes it feel worse.
So we have a few questions.
Okay.
We've got some that have already come in. Let's see our first one here, and I would imagine this is a question that a lot of people have. This one's from Sharon here. What do you do about your pool pump in this if it's exposed?
And that's the worrisome thing. I mean, I know like irrigation systems. I know I'm going to be turning mine off Sunday or Saturday night, I should say, or probably Saturday morning before temperatures even start to drop. But with pool pumps, that's my. I've kind of wondered because you see that. I think of all the hotels and resorts that have pools. So I don't know if they're exposed. I would imagine that if they are, they would have an issue just like your irrigation system. So I don't know if you just kind of shut them down for the time being and then turn them right back on when temperatures eventually get back above freezing. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
We know insulation, there's a lot of things that aren't insulated. And so, keeping the water moving through your pipes helps prevent freezing. We know that. We also know, you can get some of that, the pipe insulation if you want to put some of that out. I've heard people say that they have kind of sliced open pool noodles, which is a very similar material to some of that like pipe insulation that you see, and kind of wrap those around, kind of tape some things around. You can also, I've seen, people just wrapping some towels around some things just to provide a little bit of a layer of insulation.
For sure.
Because we are going to, have hours for a couple of nights where it's going to be below freezing, and certainly concerning for exposed pipes and things like pool pumps and those kinds of things. Let's see our next question here, Aaron, and this one's coming from Gloria saying, do you need to drip water nonstop until it gets above a certain degree? Kind of similar. A lot of people concerned about the plumbing in this because, we do have, in a lot of cases, exposed pipes that may not have insulation just because most of the time you don't have to worry about it.
No, and I would say, at least from my professional opinion, I would think that maybe the age of your house when it was built may have something to do with that. I know that codes have obviously changed and things have changed as houses have continued to get built. Just from experience, we have not dripped ours at home, which we thank goodness we haven't had any issues. But I would say that is a possibility, and it's always better to be safe than sorry, right? So if there's a slight drip, I think that's probably a good idea.
Keeping that water moving through the pipes makes it harder for it to freeze. Another thing, if you've got some pipes that or faucets that are kind of up against exterior walls,
sure,
you can open up those cabinets, get some more air flowing from the heat with your heat on inside, and that helps as well, because keeping that trickle through in those overnight hours, especially when it is going to be cold because of those temperatures, those wind chills that are going to be well below freezing for hours.
It's a hard freeze, not just a typical freeze where we have, maybe 2-3 hours, maybe 4 hours. This is going to be, like I said, could be 6, 7, 8 hours.
Yeah.
Especially by the time we get into our Saturday and Sunday night, we're going to have essentially almost the whole night below the freezing mark. So.
Our next question here, let's see what people are wondering. What's it specifically going to look like in Deltona? They have a pool, so they're also worried about these extra precautions. Like I said, common questions here, but specifically in Deltona and in Volusia County, what's it looking like there?
It's going to be even colder in Volusia County. So for us in Deltona, not too far from where we live, I would say wind chills down in the upper single digits, temperatures likely down, probably sneaking down into the low 20s. So I would say that, Lorena, probably the same thing. If you want to be safe rather than sorry, maybe trying to insulate if you can. Some of those pipes that are around your pool and up to your pool pump. I know. I feel bad 'cause I feel like I'm kind of in the dark. We don't have a pool at our house. I know we have one in our neighborhood, but I'm kind of curious. I would think that doing something like that, as you just mentioned, Garrett, would probably at least attempt to keep things from freezing over.
Yeah, those are some of the things that I'm going to be doing in my house. That's for sure. I think we have at least one more question that we've got time for here. How long is it going to be below freezing in St. Cloud and Osceola?
That's a good question. I would say, Mike, that probably temperatures not quite as warm. You're a little farther south, so probably middle to upper 20s. But I would say that essentially once we hit probably maybe midnight-ish on Saturday, and right into Sunday morning, it's probably looking at least 8 to 10 hours, if not longer, because we're only going to get into the mid 40s on Sunday. So usually, Garrett, it's like a 20-degree difference for the most part if conditions are right between the high and the low. So you think if we're down at 23, 24, 25, we have to climb 7 degrees to get back to just the freezing mark. So that's, if we bottom out around 25 at 7, 8 in the morning, then we have to climb through the morning, late morning, probably almost lunchtime by the time we're finally getting back. So it could even be longer. It could be 12, 14 hours, depending on where you are. But I would say, Mike, that's a pretty good bet in St. Cloud, Osceola County, for sure.
So just kind of bottom line for us before we wrap up here, kind of the prime time that we need to be concerned about being below freezing and kind of having those precautions in place, whether it's your pipes, whether it's your pets, whether it's your plants. When do we need to have these things done by?
I would say Saturday morning it's going to feel balmy compared to Sunday and Monday morning. So you can get out Saturday earlier in the day, mid-morning up to about midday. The wind's going to start to get going pretty quickly. That frontal approach, and we'll have that wind starting to gust. So with that northwesterly wind, Garrett, temperatures will start to tumble pretty quickly. So probably by mid to late afternoon, we'll have temperatures back down into the upper 40s and low 50s. Wind chills probably down around 40, if not a little less. So if you don't want to be fighting the wind, and just with the wind, make sure anything on your porches or lanais are secure too, because they could blow away.
Yeah, that's a good point, because we're not just talking the cold temperatures, those strong wind gusts as well that we're going to have to be watching out for. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us here.
Thanks, Garrett. Well, and we'll be on flurry watch too, but chances slim. But hey, you know what? Never say never, right?
I guess not this weekend especially.
Yeah.
As we go to break here, let's put up our poll question, because we want to know what you set your thermostat at for a weekend like this. You can also go to that same place, scan that QR code, go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Let us know. It looks like a lot of people saying 74 to 76. That is, I will say, warmer than what my house is set
Garrett.
out. Mine is 69, 70.
Well, we're at 70 on the dot, so
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the minority here. I'm kind of shocked.
Well, I'm going to have to vote, so that'll change our numbers
I should
at
vote.
least a little
I'm gonna
bit.
scan
So
my QR code right now.
yeah, scan that right now. We are curious. We'll check back in on this coming up in just a little bit. On a weekend like this, 69, 70 is going to feel warm.
That's going to feel great.
So you know what? All right. Well, thanks for joining us. We're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live. We'll be right back with much more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. I want to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who's joining us live now from the Fox 13 Tampa Bay newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today right here in Hillsborough County, where a school bus driver and a school bus aide are facing charges after they were caught on camera abusing a 10-year-old child with autism. Now, Sheriff Chad Chronister said the investigation actually began in November after a witness reported seeing this bus aide strike the child while the bus was parked at Caminiti Exceptional School. So when detectives reviewed the footage, they say what they found was much, much worse than a single incident. So according to investigators, the 79-year-old bus aide, whose name is Juanita Wright, was captured on camera terrorizing this 10-year-old child who has minimal verbal skills on 14 different occasions. So investigators say the video also shows the bus driver, who's been identified as 62-year-old Tanya Rice Constant, laughing during the abuse and never once stopping in to help this child. The sheriff says the abuse was so frequent that the child's behavior actually began to change. Teachers said they started noticing bruising near his eyes and his ears. And while cameras only store 30 days of footage, detectives actually found 13 additional days of abuse between October and November of last year. Sheriff Chronister says Wright has been with the school district since 2013. She has been suspended with pay. Rice Constant, who has been employed at the school district since 1997, she retired after the investigation began. Wright is now charged with 14 counts of child abuse, while Rice Constant faces charges for failing to report it. Now, this child's parents say they are absolutely mortified by this footage, but they report that their son is now doing much better now that he is away from those two suspects. Detectives are still reviewing the video to see if there are any other victims, and Sheriff Chad Chronister says that if you believe that your child may have been mistreated by these individuals, you are urged to call the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Garrett?
Gosh, heartbreaking. Kind of hard to see some of that video as well.
Yeah, it's very hard to see the video. You know, it's hard to see the woman, as the Sheriff Chad Chronister described it as, terrorizing this child who, again, this child is 10 years old, suffers from autism, and has minimal verbal skills. And then the bus driver just laughing at it and also just kind of mocking this child. So it is very disturbing to see this video. And again, you know, the sheriff kept saying that their bus camera footage only goes back for 30 days. So he believes that this could have happened many more times. And that's why he is also encouraging parents who believe that their child may have been mistreated by these two suspects. He is encouraging them to call the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. This is all still under investigation.
Oh, we certainly hope it did not happen more. Our second story in the Tampa Connection, another disturbing case, this one out of St. Pete.
Yes, the owner of Lala, that's a restaurant, bar, as well as a karaoke room that has locations in both St. Petersburg and Tampa. He is facing charges of child pornography possession. On Wednesday, St. Petersburg police, they arrested Lucas Jose Haraz on those 18 counts of child pornography. Detectives actually began investigating him after receiving a tip from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children regarding a Dropbox account. So according to court documents, investigators traced IP addresses linked to that account back to Rice's home and business, Lala on Central Avenue. That is the St. Pete location. Now, a search of that digital account reportedly uncovered 41 videos of child sexual abuse. In court on Thursday, a judge sent bond for the French national at $180,000. That's $10,000 for each count of child pornography. And so, Haraz, we were told that he did post bond earlier this morning. And as part of that bond condition, he is required to wear a GPS monitor, surrender his passport, and remain in Pinellas County. So during yesterday's hearing, Haraz's attorney noted that his client lives with his wife and two young children. You know, while a judge expressed concern, he noted that the children were not subjects of the warrant and left further investigation of the home life to protective agencies. He is listed as the home owner of Lala locations in both St. Petersburg and Tampa. Both businesses released statements distancing themselves from him. The Tampa location says he is no longer involved in day-to-day operations and is not permitted on the premises. And the St. Pete location called the news shocking and stated that he has been removed from the business effective immediately. Neighboring business Grand Central Brewhouse also clarified that they have no affiliation with him or Lala other than sharing a landlord. As I mentioned, he did bond out of jail earlier today, and he is expected to be back in court in February. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, we have talked about this cold weather, and it was really going to be quite a weekend in Tampa. There are a ton of things going on there, and people are really going to have to bundle up.
Yes, that's something we're really not used to, this cold weather here in Florida, especially not here in Tampa. And of course, this weekend we have the famous Gasparilla Pirate Festival taking place tomorrow. But in addition to that, on Sunday, we have the outdoor game between the Tampa Bay Lightning and the Boston Bruins happening at Raymond James Stadium. And while a lot of these people, everybody likes to dress like a pirate for the Gasparilla invasion, it does have them rethinking their outfit choice tomorrow. And the weather also led Ye Mystic crew of Gasparilla to change the traditional float route. It will now go from the south end of Hillsborough Bay and head up north through the Seddon Channel before docking at the Tampa Convention Center. They did that because not only is it supposed to be cooler tomorrow, the winds are also expected to pick up. And so while dressing like a pirate is definitely a highlight of the Gasparilla event, today this forecast has many people scrambling for a new warmer wardrobe. At Pirate Fashions, shoppers have been packing the aisles all week. They're trying to find the balance between pirate chic and staying warm. And the store's owner says that the day before Gasparilla is consistently the busiest day of the year. They've even dubbed today Black Flag Friday because the shop will do nearly 2 months worth of business in just 10 hours. Now over at South Tampa Trading Company, the foot traffic is just as heavy. Owner Ann Bartlett says the key to surviving the parade is preparation. And she suggests layering with thermals, sweatshirts, jackets, and even ear warmers. Some shoppers say staying warm will take a little creativity and perhaps a few adult beverages. In the chill, it won't just impact the Pirates. Again, we talked about this outdoor hockey game taking place on Sunday, and the high on Sunday is only expected to hit the 40s when the Lightning take on the Bruins at Raymond James Stadium. While there were initial concerns that Florida's typical heat and humidity might ruin the outdoor ice, the weather will now feel a lot more like a traditional hockey game up north. So whether you're heading out to the high seas of Bayshore or the ice at Ray J, the message is clear: bundle up and prepare for the Florida winter. Garrett?
Yeah, bundle up, have something to break that wind. That's for sure. It's like you said, it's going to feel like a hockey atmosphere. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely going to feel like a hockey atmosphere. And even, for the Gasparilla invasion tomorrow, I mean, a highlight is definitely dressing like a pirate, but people are scrambling to find, outfits, sweatshirts, something to put over their pirate attire. And we did see that one shop, they had a really cute sweatshirt for little kids. It was a hoodie, but when you popped up the hoodie, the hood was a pirate hat. So people are really trying to get creative. They're trying to find creative ways to still dress like a pirate, but also to stay warm.
Yeah, long sleeve pirate costumes, whatever you can come up with. Definitely going to need that. Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
And stay warm this weekend. All from the events going on in the Bay Area this weekend to the Super Bowl going on in California's Bay Area. Let's see, a week from this Sunday. Dan Newland, personal injury attorney out of our area here in Central Florida, announced today he's making a big Super Bowl bet for a good cause. Fox 35's Marley Capper had the chance to catch up with him earlier today to find out what all that is about.
Hello, everybody. We are here right now on attorney Dan Newland's private jet. He just announced he's going to be doing a $1 million bet on the Super Bowl, but it's all going to go to an incredible cause. Tell us, what are you going to do if you win?
Oh, well, the first thing we're going to do is celebrate. And the second thing we're going to do is fly right back to Orlando, go to Nemours Hospital, and we're going to deliver that $1 million check to Nemours.
I love that. And so today we were talking about the sports bet. There's a bigger reason why we're here, and of course why we're on your jet. You saved a little surprise for us during the media press conference. What is that?
Well, yeah, so we are really excited about partnering with Nemours. We're going to be providing private jet service, unlimited, with one of my airplanes, with Nemours for any children that need to get back and forth to their families to the hospital. It's so important to be able to help facilitate this transportation. It's expensive. The families can't fly commercial, and many times they cannot fly commercial. So we're really excited about just getting the families back and forth and knowing that we're making a difference with pediatric cancer.
Donating to pediatric cancer is really near and dear to your heart. Can you tell me a little bit about why you're doing not just the planes, but some people might say, why don't you just donate the $1 million directly to the hospital?
Oh, absolutely. I've been a huge supporter of Nemours in the past. I'm going to continue to be a huge supporter in the future. This bet is all about raising awareness and creating a community, not even a community, an American buzz about doing something different and highlighting the need for charitable giving, particularly with pediatric cancer. So, I mean, I really challenge other people that are going to bet on the Super Bowl, really $1 billion bet on the Super Bowl, to consider going, how cool would it be to make this bet and to give back to my favorite charity? And so I think it's about awareness, it's about a community, and it's about just initiative, like doing something super cool that most people haven't done, but I'm hoping that we can start a trend with it.
And Hard Rock said that you're the first person to ever do anything like this?
Yeah, I mean, so we're really honored that we're going to be betting with Hard Rock Bet. Working with them has been great. And but yes, no one in history that even Nemours researched this has ever done something where they bet $1 million and said, if we win, we're going to give it back to this particular charity. So I just thought it's a super cool idea. So did Hard Rock. So did Nemours. And because we can inspire, we can get people to engage, and we can get people to think about giving back in a really unique way.
Awesome. Well, it's always so great to be with you. I appreciate your time, sir. And we're hoping you win. Do you have any sneak peek on who you're going to root for? Patriots or the Seahawks? Who are you taking?
Well, I mean, I've always been a fan of the city of Seattle. I love it up there. So I can't say that's the direction we're going to go, but I'm kind of feeling like the wind of the city of Seattle coming off my back a little bit, but we'll see.
All right, they got a great defense to back them up for that. We appreciate you so much. Thanks for being with us. We'll send things back to you.
Yeah, so we will see how that shakes out, but certainly for a good cause. We are going to take a break here on Florida Live. As we do, go ahead and vote here. Let us know where you have your thermostat set for the weekend. Looks like some more have come in saying under 70. I'm not the only one. Keep it here. More Florida Live coming up next. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. It is 2:32, and I want to get you back inside a courtroom in Brevard County. This is in Viera, where a sentencing hearing is continuing for Andrew Lawson. He's a former Brevard County Sheriff's deputy who pleaded guilty to manslaughter in the death of his roommate and a fellow deputy, Austin Walsh, several years ago, 3 years ago, when that happened. Now, this is the continuation of a hearing that began earlier this month, just a couple of weeks ago, where Andrew Lawson pleaded guilty, testified on the stand in a 7-hour-long hearing. He was emotional. He apologized to the family. He talked about the night that they were playing video games, and he ended up pointing a gun at his roommate and firing. That hit and killed Austin Walsh. And so he could face up to 7 years behind bars. There's a look at Lawson right now at the defendant's table, where his defense attorney just a moment ago wrapped up asking questions of this FDLE crime lab analyst who is on the stand right now. Prosecutors once again getting the chance to ask some questions. We also do anticipate hearing some victim impact statements from loved ones of Austin Walsh talking about their lives since Walsh was killed. So let's go ahead and listen back in as this sentencing hearing continues live right now in Viera.
What's the purpose of that?
So the follower is there. The follower has a spring underneath it. So when you start putting cartridges into the magazine, the follower is what holds the cartridges up into the magazine. It'll go all the way down, and then as you take cartridges out, it'll continue to follow the cartridges all the way until there's none left. And then it will rest at the top of the magazine so that the spring stays in the magazine.
And when there are no more rounds or bullets left in the magazine, you look at the top of that, look in the gun, on the side there, look in the gun, you would see that orange marker or follower.
Yes, if you were to pull the slide back and look, there would be the orange magazine.
Is that kind of like a safety component of the gun to at least visually check to see if there are
it's not necessarily the way that we teach someone to check for a safe firearm. You should take the magazine out and check the chamber is the proper way to check a firearm for unloaded. You wouldn't pull the slide back and look to see that the magazine is empty. That's not necessarily the proper way.
Okay, and we understand that, but putting that aside, we understand that you need to follow the proper procedure. If you were to pull the slide back, look down, see that orange follower, that's a pretty good indication that there are no...
Yes, yes.
Can you show, because I know we're talking about this later, but can you show, Your Honor, we're talking about that orange follower?
Yeah, the orange part at the top of that. That would be visible if you open the slide and look down at the top of the magazine.
And with regard to the magazine that has the rounds in it, you can see the orange follower there.
Yes, the orange. Yeah, the orange follower. You can see it actually through the holes at the bottom. So all of these have cartridges. The orange follower is here. If it was at the top, you would be able to see the orange.
And obviously, the orange follower is different than the actual color of the bullets.
Yes, the orange is. They make followers that color. Yes, so that it's very obvious when you see it that it's different than a cartridge color.
Going back to the scenario we presented ourselves where Mr. Lawson had racked it, pulled it back and put his thumb there. If he believed there was a clip in and it was empty, and if it was empty, he would see orange. He'd be able to see through it, correct?
See through?
He'd see the orange, right? The orange is the manufacturer's way of saying you're no.
Yeah, if he was looking in in the ejection port of the slide, when he pulled it back, then you would see orange.
When you pull it back, is that called racking it?
Yeah, that's a colloquial term for
So
it, yes.
before we were talking about racking it, putting your thumb there, like Mr. Lawson said immediately, he told law enforcement that this happened. He said he looked down, he saw orange. You could actually do that. That would be a logical thing you could see, correct?
Yes, if it was an empty magazine, yes, you would see the orange follower there. But you would have to be looking for it.
Right.
In the ejection port.
And that's one of the ways the manufacturer is telling the person there's no bullets left, no projectile.
Yeah, that's a way to distinguish cartridges from the follower, is that color of the follower.
If you thought you saw orange, but you didn't see orange, that's a big problem, right?
Well, yes, that seems like it would be an issue.
Do all guns have orange? Is that a universal standard color for a Walther or a Glock? Or?
No, it's not. No, there's plenty of firearms that have just regular black or some other color follower.
In this case, this particular Glock 34, which was used by Andrew Lawson, in this case, had orange, correct?
Yes, based on the photograph that I saw, yes, it was orange.
What you just saw and what's in evidence, right?
Yes.
And so if this gentleman, Mr. Lawson, right after this event occurred, immediately told law enforcement, click, slide back, put my thumb there because I wanted to click it again, looked down, thought I saw orange, clicked it again, that actually those events could have occurred with this particular firearm.
Yes.
This witness stepping down. We are going to take this opportunity to go ahead and take a break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Thanks for watching on this Friday afternoon. I want to go ahead and get us back inside that courtroom in Brevard County. We've been listening in as a new witness was called in the commercial break. This is a lieutenant with the Palm Bay Police Department, who was working as a sergeant the night of the shooting and responded to the scene. I believe he's being asked some questions about responding to that. So let's go ahead and listen in here as testimony continues in this sentencing hearing.
Being a supervisor, not going directly into the scene, I just kind of stood with him while they were just getting everything cleared, figured out.
And give the court, please, some sense, I'm not asking for an exact time, some sense of how long you were in contact with Mr. Lawson during that morning.
That morning, on the scene, approximately an hour and a half.
And at some point, you were the actual officer who drove Mr. Lawson to the Palm Bay Police Department?
That is correct.
Now, your entire contact with Mr. Lawson, at least until the time that you got to the Palm Bay Police Department, is on body camera video?
That is correct.
All right, and I'm not going to offer any evidence or not, of course, she's done that, it's wrong, so I'm not. But have you had an occasion to review the body camera video?
I did.
Tell the court, when did you do that?
I did that last night.
I'm sorry?
Last night.
So you're pretty familiar, based upon your viewing the body camera video last night, you're pretty familiar with what occurred during the time that you were with Mr. Lawson that morning?
Yes.
And first, let me ask you this question. What was the very first thing that Mr. Lawson said to you when you had contact with him on the scene? The very first thing
He identified himself as a deputy with the sheriff's office. He said he was going to lose his job, and we were probably going to take him to jail.
that was the first thing. One of the things that he said was, I'm going to lose my job?
Yes.
Now, while with Mr. Lawson, did he tell you, describe to you the events involved or leading up to the shooting of Austin Walsh?
He did.
And describe to the court, please, what did he tell you? And I'd like you to focus on, as best as you can, the description of the actual shooting, before and immediately after.
He advised they were playing Call of Duty. He said they were actually joking off, as he said. Austin had came into the room. He said, come on, man, let's get on the game. Austin said no. He said he grabbed his gun, cocked it halfway back to see if there was a magazine in there, clicked it, chambered it again, and clicked it again when it went off. He actually said, too, he should have known by the weight of the gun that the magazine was in there.
Okay, that's actually one of the questions that I wanted to ask you now. Did I, and this is based upon the body camera video, did I specifically ask you to look out for two, among other things, but really focus your attention on two things. The first thing being, did he ever say to you whether or not he said, I should have known by the weight of the gun? Did he say that?
He did say that to me.
And there's another thing that I specifically asked you to listen for or watch out for. Did he ever describe to you what he did? He pulled it back a little bit, did his quote safety check, let the slide go back to the front, pulled the trigger, then racked it, pulled the trigger again, and it discharged. While he was giving that detailed description, did I specifically ask you to look for whether or not he said he had his thumb on the slide release?
You did ask, and he never said that he had his thumb on the slide release.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
So you were one of the first people on the scene?
No, I was probably toward the back end of everybody else that had got on scene as far as officers.
What was your role there? Were you the supervising officer once you showed up?
I was one of the supervising officers. That was not my particular area, but I was just assisting.
So when you show up and you're one of the supervising officers, because you were a lieutenant back then, right?
I was a sergeant then.
Sergeant back then.
Yes.
Do you immediately take over?
No.
So you just kind of get a feel of what's going on and see if you can be of assistance?
Yes.
And the only reason you communicated with my client is because, what? Someone said you stand by the gentleman?
There was officers were walking him up, and I said I'll stand with him because it was kind of chaotic back at the house. So I was just going to stand with him while officers could do what they needed to do.
Do you know what approximate time the shooting occurred? On the early morning hours of December 3rd?
I believe we got the call at approximately 12:45 in the morning.
Do you know what time the 911 call?
Without looking at the CAD, I don't know.
So you guys got a call at 12:45 a.m. And what time did you show up?
I don't know that exact time.
Approximately?
Approximately 12:50, 55.
Okay, so it was quick.
Yes.
You didn't have to get dressed, get called from home. You were out and about.
I was on patrol then.
On patrol, okay. So you're there comfortably within 10 or 15 minutes?
Yes.
You were able to observe Mr. Lawson's demeanor when you got there?
Yes.
He was upset.
Yes, he was.
Very upset.
Yes, he was.
Would you care if I said he was very distraught? Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Did you understand the facts were is that he had just accidentally shot and killed one of his best friends, if not his best friend?
I knew there was a shooting. I didn't know the circumstances behind it.
But you knew there was a shooting?
Hearing more testimony from a lieutenant with the Palm Bay Police Department who responded on the scene last night. You heard about his conversation with Deputy, at the time, Deputy Andrew Lawson, who had told the investigator that by the weight of the magazine, he should have known that there was a round in there. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live. Got to get another break in this hour here, but we'll keep an eye on this hearing and check back in on it on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Let's go ahead and jump back into that hearing in Brevard County, the sentencing for Andrew Lawson, going on live right now as we continue to hear more testimony from a police lieutenant who was on the scene last night, talking about his interactions with Andrew Lawson in the aftermath of Lawson shooting and killing his roommate and fellow deputy, and what he described as an accident. But you're also hearing more about his demeanor and how he reacted to this in the aftermath of this. We're still waiting to hear from family members of Austin Walsh, the deputy who was killed, who are expected to have some victim impact statements before the judge ends up putting out what the sentence might be, a maximum of 7 years in prison. So we will see. Andrew Lawson was very apologetic when he took the stand a couple of weeks ago, very emotional in that. Let's go ahead and listen back in here, live from Brevard County.
He looked down, he thought he saw orange. He was trying to get him to go back online, Mr. Walsh. You understand that's facts of this case.
That, I don't know. He never said that to me.
Have you read any reports?
Not all of them entirely, no.
Well, have you read enough of the reports to know that that's what Mr. Lawson said when he gave a detailed statement to law enforcement?
If he said that to another officer, I didn't see that in a report.
We've talked a lot in these proceedings, including today, about the weight of guns and the familiarity of guns. And the more familiar you are with a weapon, the more you know when it has a clip in, when the clip is empty, when the clip is loaded, how many bullets it's in. You would agree with all that. The more familiar you are with a firearm, the more you feel by the weight what's in it, what's not in it. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
And when you get a brand new firearm, as in this case, assume for the sake of these questions, that this firearm that was used, a Glock 34, was a personal non-department issued firearm that the gentleman had gotten 3 or 4 days earlier. He had never carried it, had never fielded it, had never done anything with it other than cleaning it earlier that day. So that was a brand new weapon. Assume that to be true, okay?
Okay.
It would not be unusual for a brand new weapon that you had never really handled yet to not be familiar with the weight of it and what it felt like differently if you had a magazine in it. Not uncommon, right?
If I'm going to purchase a firearm, I've held that firearm. I most likely know how that firearm shoots. Glock is a common firearm amongst law enforcement. So usually the magazine capacity is about the same as probably what he was carrying. So,
well,
I
apologize.
Be allowed to finish his answer.
Go ahead.
So you're probably going to be similar in weight. Like other people have testified, there's different factors to that gun, whether it's made out of polymer or metal.
All right. Well, we lost our feed there of that hearing, and we will stay tuned to find out more about what happened with that as that law enforcement officer continues to testify ahead of the sentencing for Andrew Lawson. Well, we will take this opportunity to check back in one more time on our poll question today. What is your thermostat set at? I feel vindicated. When we first took this, and I said we kept ours under 70. No one had voted for that yet, but now we are seeing a plurality agreeing with me. 44% say under 70, 32% saying 70 to 73, 24% saying 74 to 76, and thank goodness no one's saying 77 to 80 degrees. I don't know how you could survive in that if that were the case, and would certainly be very expensive on that heating bill as well. So if you want to vote, go ahead and scan that QR code you see on your screen. You can also go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can vote in that poll question. You can also submit a question of your own. I know Fox 35 Weather Plus coming up at 3:30, where they will also be looking at some more questions about the cold weather. We had TJ on earlier today to talk through some of those. So the meteorologist is going to be continuing to take some questions. So if you've got more questions about the cold, go ahead and submit those on there as well. So we are bracing for that Florida freeze this weekend. You're going to want to bundle up. We'll have much more on that coming up on Fox 35 News at 5 as well. We are out of time right now here on Florida Live. We appreciate you joining us here today. I do have another feed, it looks like, of that hearing now, so we will be able to bring that back up for you. We've got another half hour of live streaming before Weather Plus, so we'll keep an eye on that hearing coming out of Brevard County in just a couple of minutes. So if you're watching us on Fox Local and YouTube, you don't have to do anything. Just stay right where you are, and our live streaming news coverage will continue. If you're joining us on TV, we appreciate it. I will be back on Monday with more Florida Live. In the meantime, stay warm and have a good weekend.
Now, her live-in employees were on their way out.
They took a weight set, a napkin holder, various items like brooms.
My parents didn't spend tens of thousands of dollars for law school for me to discuss a broom.
Then the dramatic exit she'll never forget.
She stormed through the patio and slammed a metal gate on my arm. I immediately called the police.
The police didn't even want to make a report because they knew it was an accident.
Judge Judy.
You are about to enter the courtroom of Judge Judith Scheindlin. The people are real. The cases are real. The rulings are final. This is Judge Judy.
Lisa Dunn is suing her former employee, Daryl Safour, and his fiancée, Carrie Dale, for stealing property from her sober living facility and an assault.
Order. All rise. It's case number 375 on the calendar in the matter of Dunn versus Safour Dale.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Judge. Parties have been sworn in. You may be seated. Folks, have a seat.
I don't know what all these witnesses are here for. It's really sort of a simple case. Miss Dunn, you are...
Screening for us pre-flight, so nothing has come up additional. There's a lot of confidence where we are right now, and I'll hand off to Jack for the first part of the question.
Yeah, thanks for the question. It's not a question about distraction. It's more about excitement, really. Like, these are our friends and colleagues that we watch train and work really hard to get qualified and ready to go to operate this vehicle on their mission to the moon. And we're just all really excited to see what they're going to be able to do. We're excited to be part of it, part of the NASA mission with our international partners to achieve these exploration goals. And so it couldn't be cooler that they're in quarantine and we're in quarantine. We're trying to launch 2 rockets roughly around the same time. it's a pretty exciting time to be part of NASA and part of this expanding mission as we go to the moon and beyond.
Thank you. We will go over to social media for a quick question. As a reminder, for those on social media, you can ask a question to the crew using the hashtag AskNASA. So Monica Lynn Fisher on Facebook asks, what are ways you guys prepared for this flight? She says, I've always admired astronauts and always wondered what you guys have to do in order to be mentally and physically ready.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Actually, the training is quite a long journey. It's actually already a mission in itself. So training is gaining a lot of skills that are very unique to spaceflight. So first, we get to learn what is the ISS system composed of, and so that we can understand what acronyms are used and what systems are here to operate. We need to learn how to repair them, because it's exactly the same as in a house. At some point, you might have to repair the toilets, to fix some, I don't know, some hot water thing, or, you know, we need to take care of this house. It's not only a very high-tech laboratory orbiting, but it's also our home, so we need to be able to repair this. We also gain a lot of skills in emergency training, and for this, we need to be able to take the hat of a firefighter, the hat of a emergency room doctor, the hat of, I don't know, whatever plumbing repair work. So there are a whole set of skills that we need to train for. And especially for emergency situations, we not only train the crew together, the 4 of us together, we also train with Russian Soyuz crews that, as Jessica mentioned, Sergei, and Chris are already there. So we trained with them the whole expedition together in the Scale 1 mock-up of the ISS here at NASA Houston. We also train with the ground control teams, because in the end, all this works because there is a ton of people working on the ground, helping us and supporting us and maintaining the systems. And so we need to be able to be sure that communication goes well in case of an emergency in particular, but also for nominal everyday tasks. So we train with them as well. And yeah, so these are the technical skills. Now we also become a crew together. We spend a lot of time. We learn to build trust among each other, because of course we are doing a risky job where all of our lives relies on the other's skills and competence, and we trust each other very much for that. So there is a lot of like out-of-the-box training, I would say, to be sure that even if we are pushed towards our limits, we know very well our crewmates, and we still trust them. We can operate together even in a risky environment, even if stress is increasing. And so we do like kind of survival trainings in the water, winter survival training, and all kind of survival trainings. Yeah, so very exciting training.
All right, next up we have Charlotte Cossit with AFP.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this call. I wanted to ask a question to Jessica Meir and Sophia Deneau. As you're both preparing to launch at a particularly symbolic moment, as the first crewed lunar mission with a woman is also set to launch soon, I wanted to ask, how do you feel regarding this? Sophie, you will also be the second French woman astronaut to ever fly in space. So I was curious to know, what do these milestones represent to you both?
Yeah, this was something that I spoke to often after the first all-female spacewalk with my colleague, Christina Cook, again, as mentioned. And I think for us, you know, we are all equally trained. For us, it doesn't really matter who's doing what, because whether it's a spacewalk, a robotic capture, or a scientific experiment, we are all fully trained and ready to go. So the assignments, doesn't really matter who does what. That's how I kind of thought about things in the beginning for the spacewalk as well. Christina and I were just going out the door and doing our job that day. But it did take on a lot more significance to me over time as I saw the outpouring of enthusiasm and support that we received from people all around the world, from all walks of life. And that is something that we really reflected on and did not take lightly. You know, that meant a lot. And to me, what it means really, it's for the generations of minorities and people that were truly pushing the boundaries earlier that got us to where we are, where now it just feels incredibly normal for Sophie and I to be doing exactly what Jack and Andre are doing. There's no question. But the only reason we feel that is because of all of the hard work and glass ceilings that were broken for the generations of women and minorities before us. And so I hope that for them, they are the ones that can truly celebrate and revel in these achievements. Sophie?
Yeah, I could not agree more with you, Jessica. So for me, like being here today has been possible because I received a lot of inspiration from role models. So not only men astronauts, but also women astronauts. I remember very well the first launch of Claudie Agnuret. I was 14 years old. And that day, it kind of clicked in my mind. She was the first French woman astronaut flying to space. And before, only men. And you know, when you're a teenager, you're just looking for inspiration. And if someone has done it already, then it clicks in your mind, say, hey, yeah, if a woman has done it already, then why not me? And so if like any of us can give some inspiration to whoever needs it, I think inspiration doesn't have a genre. It's available for everyone who needs it. We need, to share words of inspiration to everyone who needs it. And so, yeah, if we can do this for people who need it, then we're happy to do it.
Next up is Josh Denner with Space.com.
Hi, thanks so much. This question can be for Jessica or any of you. Have you had the opportunity to correspond with your crew-loving counterparts since their return? And are there any insights or new tips they had to convey about life on the station that would have otherwise been exchanged during crew overlap in orbit?
Yeah, we have had the opportunity to see them kind of informally so far in the gym and other places as we're going about our days and they're going about their rehab. So they definitely have some handover tips to share with us, and we actually are going to try to schedule something next week to speak directly with them. We also have some time with Chris Williams next week while we're still down here to get some of that handover before we get up there as well. So we're feeling very well positioned. It used to be the norm that we had these indirect handovers during, the time of my last mission. It was very normal to experience that. So we don't think that there will be any hiccups along the way. We'll be ready to go.
That was Crew 12 earlier today. Now let me give you a live look at Artemis 2 on the launch pad at Cape Canaveral, where the wet dress rehearsal, the tanking, the practice fueling and everything for that at Kennedy Space Center, I should say, has been delayed, now being pushed back to Monday for that. We will see if that happens because of the weather. They had to readjust the timeline because of the cold weather and winds and a number of other things. So that has been delayed, and that's also going to push back the earliest potential launch for Artemis 2, that next mission that is heading to the moon, going to be going around the moon in a flyby mission. It is crewed, 4 astronauts going to be on board that spacecraft. Fox 35's Esther Bauer going to have more on that coming up on Fox 35 News at 5. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. I do want to go ahead and get you back inside that courtroom in Brevard County. They are back from the break now and have just called to the stand the lead investigator into the shooting of Austin Walsh. Talking about that scene, that investigation. Let's go ahead and listen back in.
I gone to the scene, did my assessment, determined how I wanted to manage the investigation into the circumstances that we had. At about 5 a.m. or so, I got to the Palm Bay Police Department. We initiated the process of sitting down and having a discussion with Mr. Lawson, maybe between 5:30 in the morning on the 3rd.
And that interview lasted for approximately an hour, would you say?
Roughly. I mean, there were other aspects of our contact with Mr. Lawson that also included the preservation of evidence and photographs and crime scene stuff that we wanted to do. So we were there for an extended period of time together.
Right, but the actual interview itself was approximately an hour?
About that.
And the interview was video and audio recorded?
Yes, sir, it was.
And who participated in that interview? Obviously, Mr. Lawson was there.
It was Mr. Lawson, myself, and Special Agent Mark Benier.
Now, during the course of that interview, did Mr. Lawson describe to you the events that led up to the shooting itself, and what occurred after the shooting?
Yes, sir, he did.
And have you recently watched that interview?
Yes, sir, I have.
And since the last time that we were recorded, January 15th, how many times have you reviewed it?
Well, after leaving on the 15th, I reviewed it that evening, right, after providing that testimony and being questioned by Mr. Landman. And I reviewed it again yesterday and again this morning.
Tell the court, I'm going to ask you some specific questions in a couple of minutes, but just generally, tell the court, what did Mr. Lawson tell you regarding the events leading up to the shooting itself, and immediately after the shooting?
The events leading up to the shooting, he had described how they were playing an online video game with a multiple group. I believe it's been stated that it was Call of Duty. There was a break in the game, which I guess was common, and that was the point that Austin had come over to Mr. Lawson's side of the house, the bedroom. They engaged in a conversation during the break. At some point, Lawson asked Austin to get back on the game. He described it in his statement as jokingly retrieved the firearm, and then kind of in the interview he says like half cocked or pulled it back to just look down. He didn't see anything near the extractor. That's when he pointed the weapon across his body towards Austin, at his face, clicked it. Nothing happened. They continued their conversation, banter going back and forth, where he says he cycled the weapon again and did the same movement, and the second time the firearm discharged.
And you may have said this, and I apologize if you did. Did he describe to you what he said to Austin before he even pulled that trigger the first time? Some words to the effect.
It was to the effect, hey, go get back on the game. I'm either going to shoot you in the game or shoot you now. He described it as they were just joking around. Yeah.
Now let me ask you some specific. Well, actually, let me back up. When he mentioned about pulling the slide before he even pulled the trigger the first time. When he mentioned about pulling the slide back a little bit to do some kind of check or safety check?
That's correct. That's what he described the first time. He had manipulated the slide back, looked down, didn't see anything as he described on the extractor, the little rod.
Well, I think we may have lost our feed from there as well. I think batteries are dying for these what we use to feed back those things from the courtroom. Because yes, our feed just went to the slate. So that's unfortunate. But we will have updates. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger still in the courtroom, and we will have. Oh, it looks like our feed came back. So yes, Marie is in the courtroom. Regardless of what happens, she'll have updates coming up on Fox 35 News. But we can go ahead and get you back inside the courtroom here as testimony continues.
At some point in the interview, he had thought he had seen orange, but then as the interview progressed, he realized that he must have been mistaken or made a mistake, that it was a magazine full of live cartridges.
And just simply making that observation that he thought he saw the orange stopper or a follower, as they call it, that indicates that he knew there was a magazine in that gun. He just thought that it was empty. Is that a fair statement?
I would say.
Otherwise, you would just simply see the floor if there was no magazine in there.
If the magazine was removed, that conversation was also had with Mr. Lawson. When I questioned him more specifically, I asked him, Andrew, why didn't you just take the magazine out of the gun? Because that would have resolved all the issues leading up to the circumstances of the shooting.
So there's no question he knew there was a magazine in the gun. It's just he just thought there was nothing in it. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Based upon the totality of your interview.
Correct.
Now, at any point during the interview, did he say to you that he should have known that there were bullets in the gun based upon the weight?
Yep. Yes.
Tell the court.
Yes, as we continued to go on, then he had made those comments during his statement. I should have known based upon the weight. I should have known. And that led to my questioning of, Andrew, why didn't you just take the magazine out of the firearm to render it safe? And he acknowledged, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Something along those lines.
Now, you told the court that, correct me if I misheard, between January 15th and today, you watched that interview a total of 3 times?
I reviewed it 3 times, yes, the interview and the statements.
Now, did I specifically ask you to look out for whether or not during that interview, when he was describing the actual shooting, the trigger, the racking, and the pull the trigger again, second time, did I specifically ask you to look out for whether or not he said he had his thumb on the side of this?
Yes, sir, you did.
I asked you to do that, and what's the answer to that question? Did he ever tell you, while he was describing to you the actual shooting, did he ever say to you he had his thumb on the side of this?
No, sir, he did not.
Now, let me direct your attention once again referring to the interview. Later on in the interview, and I'm talking now about approximately 39 minutes into the interview, your partner in the interview. And please tell us again what is the agent's name?
It's Special Agent Mark Manier.
Towards the end of the interview, around 39 minutes, did he confront, and when I say confront, in a very polite way, wasn't being aggressive, but just simply asking in a very nice way, words to the effect, Andrew, do you acknowledge that what you did was reckless? Did Agent
Manier
ask that?
During the interview process, yes, Special Agent Manier had confronted Andrew on the fact of whether or not he felt that his actions that contributed to the incident were reckless in nature, of which Andrew wouldn't admit. He kind of just talked around it.
So, and Agent Manier was, and this went on for, if I'm correct, if I'm wrong, for I would say several minutes, for 3 or 4 minutes, where Agent Manier was asking him, Andrew, do you acknowledge what you did was reckless? And Mr. Lawson did not acknowledge that. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement. He wouldn't acknowledge it. He would kind of redirect a question back on us, what have you done in the past? But he never addressed specifically what Special Agent Manier's question was posed to him.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Lammy?
Round 2.
I know.
We all do recall that you testified on January 15th, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I hope we all did. I know I remember.
So I wrote down notes. I say I. Heather did.
Understood.
And I'm going to read those back to you and tell me if you recall saying this on January 15th or something to this effect.
Okay.
My client failed to say he held his thumb on the slide to keep it from locking, as Mr. Lawson previously testified. That's consistent with today, right? He didn't mention the whole thumb and slide locking. He testified to that on January 15th, right?
Correct.
You confirm that today?
Yes, sir.
You acknowledge that it was a very traumatic situation for Andrew. January 15th, remember saying that?
Yes, sir, I did.
You acknowledge there are instances during interviews in your career where information is left out and sometimes defendants circle back to clarify information. Those were your words.
I think that would apply to a lot of circumstances and witnesses also.
You acknowledged at that point your report was just a synopsis of the information from your interview, but you can unequivocally state that Andrew didn't tell him about putting his thumb on the slide. Remember saying that?
Yes, sir, I did.
You acknowledge that Andrew was extremely emotional during the interview. However, you believe the closest truth is the initial.
The lead investigator of this case continuing to testify in Brevard County at the sentencing hearing for Andrew Lawson, accused of shooting and killing Austin Walsh several years ago in that